Lotus is really about hope, peace, and well-being. It's about bringing communities together and understanding one another and breaking barriers.
Now, would you say that the Lotus Festival represents all of the Asian cultures then?
Pretty much. We have 12 basic Asian communities that we do draw from, but we have had Thailand, Vietnam, and then some of the Polynesian cultures as well.
La 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 la.
I've attended this festival for quite a few years, and one thing that is so just invigorating to me is to see the different performances. There's a live music, dance. How do you go about selecting some of this entertainment?
Oh, and it's very difficult because there's so many artisans in Los Angeles that really are high art or really have well-accomplished skills. And we do invite a large variety of people, and then we ask them to audition, and then through that we select the ones that will be on stage.
About other festivals and events sponsored by the City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks, go to www.laparks.org. The Los Angeles County Arts Commission brings live performances to people at parks and public venues across Los Angeles. At Belvedere Park in East Los Angeles, relax on the grass and enjoy the Mariachi Divas.
Mariachi Divas is an all-female mariachi band, and the players come from all over LA County, and they're made up of all different ethnic cultural traditions, and they try and really unite through the music that they play.
Popular mariachi music is here in Los Angeles and all over the world, so it wasn't hard to want to do this. I mean, there's a love for it everywhere. Everybody loves mariachi music, and I thought, what a better way to present it than with a bunch of talented, beautiful ladies. The great part about Mariachi Divas is that we're a multicultural group right here from LA, representing what we are, a melting pot of people from all over the world.
Mariachi Divas are part of our musicians roster, hosted by the LA County Arts Commission. It's an online listing of musicians that applied to been part of the roster, and they're eligible to perform at these different concert events. This event really brings live performing arts to different communities in LA, and we feel it's very important to have this kind of exposure. We try and bring different kinds of traditions and cultural experiences to all different communities.
We've been together for 9 years, and we performed everywhere throughout the whole United States, some parts of Mexico, and we're just having a great time.
Quisiera tener radio
Angeles County Arts Commission sponsors events throughout the County of Los Angeles. To find out about other events sponsored by the county, check out their website at www.lacountyarts.org. Taiko Project is all about preserving Japanese American culture and advancing the art of taiko drumming. It's an ancient art that's constantly evolving. It's a community tradition unlike anything else.
We play with Taiko Project, and we've been around since around 2000, and we actually have a touring show called Regeneration, but tonight we're here to show you our Rhythmic Relations show, which features 5 different groups this year. Taiko is Japanese drumming. It literally means fat or thick drum. And exactly what you're going to see on stage are those big drums, Taiko drumming.
This theater here reflects the culture of Los Angeles. So we have everything from taiko drumming to Bollywood dance to hip-hop dance to Brazilian music. Well, you name it, it's here.
To learn more about Taiko Project and the community programs that contribute to its public performances, look for them at www.taikoproject.com. Shakespeare Festival LA does Shakespeare like no one else. It's the Taming of the Shrew, LA style, under the open sky.
Ring, how say you, neighbor Greenio? I am agreed. And would I give him the best I have that would thoroughly woo her and...
Shakespeare Festival LA is a 23-year-old organization that provides free Shakespeare to the citizens of Los Angeles every summer here on the Plaza of Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels. And in addition, we have a series of award-winning educational programs for young people.
And why did you decide to have it here at this location?
Well, this location has really proven for us for the past 4 years to be a real kind of saving grace. When the church invited us, the cathedral folks invited us over here, we jumped at it. Historically, way back to the beginnings of theater in Europe and Western civilization, cathedral plazas were historically a great place for live theater.
People are really excited to see the Shakespeare they read in school or read about updated and put in a context that's very familiar today. So it's not as foreign to them as they thought it would be.
To deck his fortunes with his virtuous deeds. Tell me thy mind, for I am peace left, and am to pad comes as he that leaves a shallow pond to plunge him in the deep.
Now, are the plays true to the version of Shakespeare, or do you kind of modify them?
Well, the language is pretty pure. We do update the plays, though. At Shakespeare Festival LA, we are very committed to access. And one of the ways of demonstrating that access is by making artistic choices that are as inclusive as you possibly can make, so that a contemporary audience will understand what Shakespeare wanted his audiences to understand.
Tell me, is it possible that love should of a sudden take such hold? Tranio, till I found it to be true. I never thought it possible or likely. Tranio, I burn, I pine, I perish if I achieve not this young, modest girl.
Shakespeare Festival LA isn't simply live public performances. Check out the full picture, including programs for teachers, youth, artists, and others at shakespearefestivalLA.org. Looking for something live in LA? Check out these websites for a look at hundreds of possibilities. www.laweekly.com, experiencela.com, the City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks at laparks.org, the City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs at culturela.org. Thanks for joining us live in LA.
Rasha, you got the opportunity to get up on stage with the little guys.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, actually. I wish you had been there.
I'm just kind of curious. I mean, the segment that the kid didn't even get to get a word out.
Oh, no. Hey, and he did get to talk, but it's just that, well, we were supposed to do a dialogue, and I just seemed to come up with a lot of things to say, as always. But you were drumming to a different beat, my friend.
Well, it's because it's a salsa.
I don't know about that, but I was watching you with all those people, and I kind of felt bad for them because they were drumming to the same beat, and Kenny, you were just dancing to another tune.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
the Los Angeles City Council. We meet on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 10 a.m. The first Friday of the month, we meet in the San Fernando Valley, and also each day we have available both from Van Nuys and San Pedro ability for you to testify there via teleconference to be here, as well as you can access us by www.lacity.org, also Channel 35. We encourage your participation. Thank you to Council Members Cardenas, Gruhl, LaBonge, Parks, Perry, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, and Zine. We are waiting for one other council member for a quorum. That would include either as Council Members Alarcon, Council Members Hahn, or Weisar, and Mr. Reyes, if they could please make their way down to the council chamber so we can begin our meeting. It is 10:15. Thank you.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Weisar, LaBonge, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Wesson moves. Mr. LaBonge seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Those will be approved.
Would you like to go through the agenda, Madam
Let's
President?
go through the agenda, and then we'll go to presentation and then public comment.
First item on the agenda is an item notice for public hearing, and there is a card on that item.
There are cards. That'll be called special.
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held, items 2 through 6, and the committee report has been distributed on item number 3.
If there are any items people wish to call special, colleagues, we are going through the agenda, items 2 through 6. Ms. Hahn, item 2? 2, okay. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on items 3 through 6, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. Next items.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 7 through 13. 10 votes are required for consideration, and I believe there are cards on 7 and 11.
That is correct. Those will be called special. Any other specials, colleagues? Any other specials? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 7 ayes. 7 ayes. Excuse me, 11 ayes, did you say? 11 ayes, thank you. Those items have been approved. Next items, Madam Clerk.
Next item, Madam President, is on the continuation agenda, and it's an item noticed for public hearing. It's a finding of public convenience or necessity in Council District 2, and I believe the recommendations are to grant the application.
That is correct. Is a motion required?
Yes, it is.
I will make that motion. So, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. Thank you. Next item?
Madam President, next items are on the special meeting. Would you like to recess the regular meeting and go into the special meeting?
Please.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Lavange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 11 members present, and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. First order of business.
First items on the agenda, items 15 and 16, are items for which public hearings have been held.
Anyone wish to call items 15 or 16 special? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. Thank you. Next item?
And the next items, 17 and 18, are both items for which public hearings have not been held, and I believe there are cards on both those items. Actually, there's a card on 18B, and that's only if there are questions, and I understand if there are no questions, that matter can go forward.
Okay. 17 will be called special because of cards? Special. As well as Mr. Parks. Anyone wish to call item 18 special? If not, we will go ahead and that item. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on 18, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. Thank you.
Do you wish to recess and go back to the regular meeting?
That will be the order.
And that would take council back to the regular meeting and presentations, I believe.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Rosendahl. For our first our first and only presentation, I believe.
You know, many times we in life call various people heroes. Oh, they're my hero. Remember the hero the other day with the airplane in New York and that captain and how he saved those lives? That's what you call a hero. Well, standing next to me right now are two genuine heroes. Many politicians consider themselves heroes just by being politicians. Well, they're not. But you're a hero when you step out in a situation where you put your own life on the line. And we know the old biblical thing, to lay down your life for someone else. Well, two gentlemen standing next to me did just that. And I'm going to read it, but let me just ad-lib it for a second. There they are, working in their office. They're on the edge of the ocean in Malibu. And a plane crashes. Oh, my God. There it is, crashing. What do these two guys do? These two guys run to the edge of the ocean, and they go into the ocean, and they bring out two humans. One died, unfortunately, shortly thereafter. One survived. They saved a life, and they put their own lives at risk. These are true heroes. And let me just read the script, but this, I don't need to read a script on this. I'm honored to present...
But just before you begin, Mr. Rosendahl, there's a lot of commotion here, and I want to make sure everyone hears this presentation. If we could ask everyone, not only the public, but those of staff that are here, if you have conversations, to please leave the room.
I am honored to present to you today Jason Sandoval. Who's Jason? There you go. That's Jason, okay? And who's from Venice, great. And Mike Dwyer, who's from Santa Monica, but that's in the heart of our district, so we love you too, okay? On October 7th, these two men came to the rescue of two pilots whose private plane crashed into the Pacific Ocean. The single-engine plane crashed minutes after takeoff from the Santa Monica airport into the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Malibu. The plane entered the water just across the street from where Jason and Mike have their office. The two passengers were pulled ashore by Mike and Jason, who had witnessed the crash from their offices, swam out to the sinking plane, and they were the first responders on the scene. Now remember this, folks, when we talk about first responders, we love our firefighters, we love our police, but you know, they might not get there in time, so we might have to be the first responder. That's why we believe in the CERT program and all these other programs. These two gentlemen were the first responders. They are real to-life, real action heroes displaying undaunted courage and selflessness regarding the two pilots as they risked their own lives and personal safety in an extraordinary effort to rescue the victims. And as I mentioned, one of the victims did pass, but one has survived. However, I also want to highlight that these two guys are heroes at work too. They have a group called JAKS. Is that how you say that? JAKS. JAKKS. Pacific. They assist needy children, families all around the world creating changes that will improve the lives and well-being of children for generations to come. Since the inception of this group called JAKS, J-A-K-K-S, okay? A toy marketer has donated more than $20 million in toys, school supplies, and monetary endowments to millions of underprivileged children around the world. I also want to thank Spring de Havilland from Santa Monica. Where's Spring? Taking photos there, always doing the Lord's work, for setting this up and making sure that we all became aware of it. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I am pleased to honor both Mike and Jason for their extraordinary courage, for their presence of mind and courage in helping save lives. Here you go, Mike. That's for you. Okay? And that's for you, Jason. Okay? Bless you both. Say a word or two. Go ahead. Just say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the honor. I'm humbled by the constant recognition that gets heaped upon us. We just did what we had to do that day. We were in the right place at the right time, with the right circumstances. We did nothing more than what our uniformed firefighters and policemen are prepared to do every single day. And those are, in my mind, the real heroes. But I thank you very much. Out of this, we've made a new friend. Jason and I had the opportunity to meet with the guy that we saved just the other night. It took him several months of therapy and rehabilitation, but he's now well and on the road, and now we have an eternal friend. So great things came out of it. Thank you very much for the honor.
Bless you.
Thanks for the recognition. I second what Mike says.
Okay. Thank you all very much for this, allowing me to...
Before you leave, Mr. Cardenas would like to say something. Don't leave.
I'd just like to ask a question to the two gentlemen. What kind of certificates or what kind of training allowed you to do what you did? I know the answer to the question,
I was in the
so
Army.
just be honest. And I just want to remind everybody about why you did what you did, because it didn't take any training, right?
No,
you didn't say, hey, I have a certain certificate, I should be the one to save these people or jump into the water, right?
We're ordinary people who just
Exactly.
did the right thing when you had to do it.
Exactly. So you did it because you did it because you have a certain job title, or you did it because you just saw it happen and you needed to respond and you responded? What caused you to respond like that?
We just did what needed to be done in that situation. No training.
Okay.
No previous experience.
So did you do it because you were afraid that if you didn't do it, you were going to get in trouble or something?
No.
No, answer into the mic. We're talking to the people watching more than anything else.
Those two gentlemen were having a really bad day, so we just wanted to help them out.
So basically, you saw something happen, you felt as though you could make a difference.
Yes.
And you did make a difference, right? You saved a life. You saved two people.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, one of them passed, but you saved another life. And as you just mentioned, that person is now getting back to having their life back again, correct?
Well, the interesting thing is that I ran first, and I have only passed beginner swimming in my life, and I'm terrified of the ocean. I don't normally swim in the ocean. I went in first, and I thank God Jason was right behind me, because he had the surfboard, which saved us all.
All right. Well, I just want to thank you very much, and I think that's the spirit of what is good about human beings, and I just wanted to remind the people of Los Angeles who are watching, you don't have to have a certain title, you don't have to be afraid about the consequences if you don't do something. Just follow your heart and muster the courage to do what's right when the situation calls on you to step forward and do something right. Thank you so much. I'm glad, Councilmember Rosendahl, you gave us the opportunity to thank you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl, and you're right, those are true heroes. We are going to go to public comment period. If I could call Dr. Clyde Williams, followed by Mort Allen, followed by Melrose Larry Green.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Los Angeles. The Autry National Center, ANC's lease is being reconsidered. Remember that they've never complied with any of the terms and conditions of the lease for 20 years. Recommend a declaration of default on their lease right now. Take back the land and give it either to the zoo or to the equestrian groups who actually make use of the park in Griffith Park. Or develop a public-private partnership for the building so that it becomes something more for the community. If ANC had complied with its terms and conditions, you would have had the tax revenue and accounts for each year for 20 years, and everybody would have known that the Autry National Center did not have $100 million. It was Jackie Autry's myth. The FEIR may be considered shortly, but it will also be challenged. Environmental justice, project alternatives, traffic, etc. are not sufficient. Once certified, we can challenge. Autry is now, and has been, and will, try to pillage the entire Southwest collection because they don't have anything of equal value and they can't get state, local, federal grants without the collection from the Southwest Museum in Griffith Park. The land. They have land. They have 12 acres of open space in Mount Washington, in Highland Park. But what do they want to do? They want to expand in Griffith Park because it's free land, because they've never paid $1 a year. So I would highly recommend take back the Griffith lease and the building from Autry and make them come back to Highland Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Mort Allen, followed by Melrose Larry Green, and then we will go out to San Pedro. We have several cards from San Pedro today.
Good morning. It's been a long 15 months, but I want to invite everybody next Tuesday night at 7 o'clock to the Grand Ballroom of the Universal City Hilton that holds 1,800 people. We're having a huge Trutanich victory party there. And I also wanted to let you know this was a big surprise, but just because there's some questions, on Tuesday night, Trutanich was awarded the highest award an attorney could get in California for legal ability and ethical standards. It's the Hubble Award.
Excuse me, Madam President. Can I give my admonition one more time?
Yes, we can hold your time.
Public comment speakers allowed to criticize the policies, procedures, programs, or services of the city or its officials. Criticism against the services provided by an incumbent official may be inferred by the comments of the speaker campaigning against that incumbent official. However, criticism against another candidate who is not an incumbent of that office is outside the jurisdiction of this body unless the speaker could articulate a connection to the current provision of city services.
What does that mean?
It means it's inappropriate to be campaigning for a particular
I wasn't campaigning.
office.
This was just that community award you got. Okay, I'm sorry about
Go
that.
ahead. That's all right. Go ahead, Mort. You can keep going. Mort, you can, if you want to continue on whatever you're going to say, as long
I
as
was
it...
just inviting everybody to come because we've got over 1,000 RSVPs now, and our band is the Trutanich Band. He's the lead singer, and it's going to be quite good. So anyway.
Thank you, Mort. Next speaker, Melrose Larry Green, and then we'll go to San Pedro. Mr. L.A. today, Melrose.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, you bet, you bet. I got this hat over here at 99-cent store, and it was 99 cents. Let me tell you, folks, what I saw on the news the other day. I saw a guy on a freeway chase, and he was driving on the sidewalk. He was driving on the wrong side of the street. He was identified by the police. I believe it was in El Monte, but I may have been in L.A. They said he was a gang member. Anyway, the police finally caught the guy after he drove on the sidewalk. Could have killed me, because I always run on the sidewalks. Could have killed anybody, young school kids. And the policeman kicked the guy in the head, and there go the friends. There they go again, like Ronald Reagan used to say. The ACLU, Ramona Ripston. That kick served no law enforcement purpose. It's unlawful punishment. We demand that this officer be suspended. What do you want? A police supposed to have a latte? Are they supposed to have a latte? Say to the gang member when he's driving on the sidewalk, do you want decaf or regular? That kid's not going to die from the kick to the head. That's done. On a happier note, Sunday, the Jewish people, such as I, we are invading Boyle Heights. There will be more Jews in Boyle Heights than in Beverly Hills on Sunday. I will be at Breed Street. Mayor Villaraigosa will be there. I implore you from the City Council. I know, Bill Rosendahl, you have your ideas with the West Side, and you're a brilliant liberal. I love your liberal ideas. You made a promise that you would support more police hiring. I demand that this council back Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa and override the Budget Committee's 3-2 vote because the people of L.A. want more police and more firefighters. I'm Melrose Larry Green, and I support Mayor Villaraigosa lock, stock, and barrel. Because even though I'm a Republican, I know where Antonio stands. I know where Jose Huizar stands. I know where Tom LeBron stands. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Janice, for having a great brother and a great father. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Cardenas.
Madam President, I think it's important the presenter from the public just mentioned an incident that is widely seen on television about an officer kicking somebody in the head. I just want to clarify that was not Los Angeles PD. I think it's important for people to understand. The uniforms might look very similar, but my understanding was El Monte Police Department. And unfortunately, all too often, when people see something happening in Southern California, when it comes to law enforcement, both good or bad, they assume that it's LAPD. So I just wanted to clarify that he made reference to something that is not Los Angeles Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. We'll go to San Pedro, and I'll call the first four speakers: John Delgado, Angela Contreras, Jesus Magdaleno, and Ruben Contreras. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilwoman Crew and other council members. I am John Delgado, President of the San Pedro Neighborhood Council. I come today as a stakeholder, and I'm asking that this council does not take the recommendation of the Budget and Finance to freeze the police hiring. At this time, more than ever, we do need additional police on our streets, and we do need the additional firefighters. Under this budget crisis, I understand cuts must be made, but not in the area of our police and our fire department. More than ever, we need them out there, and we need to continue with the mayor's plan of hiring additional fire officers and police departments. And furthermore, we have also passed a law where we voted to have additional police officers out there with the hiring, with the additional. Hold on one second.
Sir, and just while you're speaking, I think you're here on the budget item, right? Are you here
Yes, I
on the
am.
budget? Okay. What we're going to, and on all the others that are there on the budget item, because after public comment, we will hear the budget item. So I think if that's the case, we're going to put you in item 1, okay? We'll let you start again. Okay? We'll give you that 2 minutes. So I assume the rest of the people there are also on the budget from
Yes, they
San
are.
Pedro. Okay. All right. If not, let someone that know there, and they'll come back to us. We will put them all in the item number 1, which is what we'll go to next. We'll come back here to Diana Martinez, followed by Sean Murphy. Diana Martinez?
Hi, I think we also have a comment about the budget recommendation.
Okay, then we'll put you, who are the people that you have as well there?
It's just one person there.
Just one person? Okay, we'll put you in the budget then as well. Thank you very much. Sean Murphy?
Yes, good morning, City Council, Madam President. I'm going to be riding in the bike-a-thon a week from Monday. And my brother's running in the LA Marathon, if you'd like to know. Wish us luck. I'd like to talk, my topic today is the election. Vote 1A, vote yes on 1A, yes to 1B. Both will bring California back to, they'll turn the economy around. They will turn the economy around. Please vote for 1A and 1B all the way to 1F and save our police and firefighters, too, from being laid off. I hope the mayor does the right thing. One more thing I want to tell you about. MTA's having their board meeting about the fare increase next Thursday. I encourage everybody to fill up that boardroom. I say no to this fare increase. Nobody can afford it right now. It's a bad time right now. Please go down to the MTA board on Thursday, a week from Thursday, this coming Thursday. We're going to tell the MTA no way to the fare increase. You see, folks, they want to triple it. They want to triple the MTA fares, and a lot of people can't afford it now. And to all you Sean Murphy fans, I want to apologize for not being here on Tuesday. I was worried about my friend having eye surgery. She's okay. She's resting comfortably, and I hope she gets better. And I'd like to know
I know 10 candidates are running for District 2. I hope we have a town hall meeting for those of us who live in CD2. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume the Glassell Park Neighborhood Council members that are here are also for item number 1. Is that correct? Yes, okay. Arnold Sachs? Mr. Sachs will be followed by Jeff Bornstein in the San Fernando Valley.
Good morning, City Council. Arnold Sachs. As I've said numerous other times, you've never failed to amaze me on how low you can raise the bar. And you did it again in your last meeting when you discussed the living wage, the Killing Benefit Business Bonanza Act that you enacted 10 years ago, that was enacted by City Council. LAWA, which is a proprietary department that doesn't fall under the control of the City Council. You're going to deal with pay raises for the workers who work for third companies, and you're going to get them health benefits. And the story in the Press Telegram was about an amount of a wage increase, but the discussion in City Council was regarding having the airlines add a quarter onto the tickets. There was approximately 60 million passengers in LAX. That comes to 15 million quarters, which comes to about $3.75 million a year for health benefits. What kind of snow job are you think you're going to pass on to the public that would actually believe that that money is going to go for health benefits? After you look at paying a deductible and the cost of benefits for the workers, which will come to like $1 million, figure $100 a month per worker, the airlines are going to reap a windfall. Big business. It was interesting to hear you all speak up about the atrocities in Iran regarding the gay people being persecuted. But what about in L.A.? You have 60% of the people that are affected by the living wage law. What about the other 40% that work for departments that are directly under the control of the City Council? Where does their liberty and benefits come from?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll go out to the San Fernando Valley with Jeff Bornstein. Mr. Bornstein, Valley. While we're waiting to see if we can go out to the San Fernando Valley, I did want to, Alexia, are you here on the budget item? Yes, are you on the budget item, item 1? Okay. Thank you. We'll go to Walter Bechtel. We'll come back to you on item number 1. Walter Bechtel? Mr. Bechtel? Okay. He'll be followed by Terry Cano.
Can you hear it? Yeah, good morning. I just wanted to say something about jurisdiction. I've been finding a lot of documents, and I noticed that the city is very strict about filing things, making sure it's in the correct jurisdiction, etc. But I notice oftentimes in the city council chambers, when things are out of jurisdiction, oftentimes the council members motion things that don't have anything, that already are out of the jurisdiction of the city council, things that have been decided on in federal courts. And I would just like to say that's fine if it's important, whatever the issue is that you need to bring up, but I think that the city needs to remind us that that's a two-way street. I mean, if you want to push the rules and the laws on jurisdiction for your benefit, I mean, some of us would like to appreciate or benefit from that as well. And there's a lot of things that are marginally jurisdictional, especially when we're filing in the courts or in the city. I think that should, if you're going to overlook it here, that
that's for everybody. That's not just for the city council, because otherwise you're setting yourself up as a dictatorship that you can break the rules anytime you want to, but it doesn't apply to the people. This is a country of the people, for the people, and by the people, and it does not mean that you can, that you're the absolute representative of them, and that means that you can break the rules for yourself. That has to apply to everybody, despite the fact it has a really important application, whatever it might be.
Terry Cano, are you here on item number 1 or just item number 1? Okay. Are all the people from Monte Vista Elementary are here on public comment or item number 1? Those of you from Monte Vista Elementary, are you here? Yes, are you on item number 1 or just general comments?
Okay.
Okay, Alma Buzani, Elizabeth? Yes.
Necesito traducción.
Un momento.
Okay. Buenos días a todos. ¿Cómo se llama? Ana Mota. Mi nombre es Ana Mota y estoy aquí en representación de mi comunidad Highland Park.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ana Mota, and I'm here representing my community.
¿De Highland Park?
Highland Park. My Highland Park community.
Okay. Estamos aquí viendo la situación de la reducción de los policías que nos quieren hacer actualmente.
We're here to talk about the issue about the police force that is what is being planned to put a hiring freeze on the police force, what is being considered.
Nosotros estamos pensando como comunidad.
We're here, we want to talk to you as a community.
Hemos estado viviendo una serie de violencia.
In our community, we've been noticing and living through a series of violent crimes.
Tenemos un concejal maravilloso que siempre nos apoya.
We have an excellent council person who's always in support of us.
Que es el señor Ed Reyes.
And I'm talking about Mr. Ed Reyes.
Hemos recibido también apoyo igualmente también del señor Huizar, porque creo que son de los mismos que trabajan ahí mutuamente.
We've also received equal and great support from Mr. Huizar because I believe they work together on these issues in that area that they perhaps share.
Y sabemos que tanto como el señor Huizar como el señor Reyes siempre quieren lo mejor para nuestra comunidad.
And we do realize that Mr. Huizar and Mr. Reyes, they're always looking for what's best for our community.
Y no solamente ellos, ¿verdad? Sabemos que todos los que están aquí sentados también quieren lo mejor para sus comunidades.
And we realize that they're not the only ones who are looking out for the best of their own community. I realize that a lot of you, rest of the council people, also are looking out for the best for your community as well.
Sabemos que ahorita actualmente las reducciones de la economía está muy fuerte.
We realize that there's a very, very bad budget crisis that we're going through right now in the economy.
Pero les pedimos que por favor hagan una decisión. Sabemos que si hacen recortes en un lado, pues afectan en otro, pero que hagan una decisión más o menos ecuánime donde pues no todos quedemos contentos, ¿verdad?
What we're asking you, we know that if there's cuts on one side, there's got to be cuts on a different side as well. But if you guys can please try to come to a middle ground and try to make a decision that's equal for everybody. We know that not everything's going to be perfect and we are going to take cuts, but if you can be as equal as possible throughout the board, we really appreciate it.
Pero sí les agradecería bastante que su decisión la tomaran pensando en nuestra comunidad, porque pues tenemos muchas escuelas, tenemos muchos niños, por favor, pues tómenos en cuenta.
We really appreciate it when you make your decisions, you consider the children and you consider the schools, because we have a lot of children in schools in our community. So please keep that in mind and consider the communities that you're going to affect. And we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Mr. Reyes, we do have other cards. Did other people want to speak? Alma or Elizabeth? Delmy? No? Mr. Reyes, and then...
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to rise and thank Senora Mota and all the moms, the PTA from Monte Vista. They've been pillars in the community. They have done amazing efforts in organizing cleanups. in working with the local schools, with the parents, and dealing with this crime element. Their priority is the children and families, and they've done tremendous work in Highland Park. I just want to say thank you very much for your hard work. I wish I had 100 other Ms. Motas, because maybe the whole area would be very, very different. So thank you for your hard work. Gracias por estando aquí. Agradezco mucho los esfuerzos. Entendemos que sin el apoyo de ustedes, el cambio en nuestra comunidad sería imposible. Pero con el apoyo y el ánimo que han demostrado, seguimos ser la diferencia por los esfuerzos de ustedes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Alma Busani. Aquí, okay. Mi nombre es Alma Busani. Vengo en representación de la comunidad de Highland Park y quería pedirles por favor si podían ocupamos que no nos quiten, al contrario que nos pongan más policías porque ahorita estamos viviendo mucha violencia en Highland Park.
Good morning, my name is Alma Gusani. I'm here representing the community of Highland Park, and what I'm here to ask you is to please do not take away police officers from our community. Instead, we need more police officers because we're going through a very difficult crime phase in our community.
Okay. Han estado cerrando mucho las escuelas por parte de esta violencia que han estado. Los niños se asustan mucho y nosotros como padres y toda la comunidad está muy preocupada. Sabemos.
A lot of the schools have been closed down because of the violence that is taking place. The children become very afraid, and the parents and community at large is very, very worried about the situation.
Okay. Les agradeceríamos mucho si por favor nos podrían ayudar con esto. Sabemos que la economía está muy difícil. Yo pienso que están poniendo más dinero en otras cosas que no son tan importantes como la seguridad.
We really appreciate if you can help us and pay attention to this situation. We know that there's a very serious budget crisis that we're all facing, but we also realize that there's money that's being invested in other programs perhaps, and more money needs to be invested in these problems that we're facing, which is in the crime situation that Highland Park is going through.
Les agradeceríamos por toda la comunidad de Highland Park si nos podrían poner atención en eso, por favor. Gracias.
Once again, we appreciate your attention on behalf of the Highland Park community. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Delmi Inestrosa.
¿Inestrosa?
Inestrosa.
Gracias. Sí, señora, continúe.
Vengo a ver si nos hacen el favor de apoyar al señor Reyes.
Good morning, my name is Delmi Inestrosa, and I'm here to ask you to please support Mr. Reyes.
Porque hace 2 años le pedimos que por favor nos pusieran unas cámaras en la 54 y Montevista, y nos gustaría que por favor lo apoyen, porque ya ves, tenemos mucha violencia y exactamente allí queda una escuela, la escuela Montevista.
What we're here to ask is to please support Mr. Ed Reyes. 2 years ago, we asked to have cameras installed at the corner of 54th and Montevista, and there's a Montevista school at that corner, and we would really like your support so we can have those cameras installed.
Porque así los apoyarían sobre los carros, la protección para los niños y la delincuencia también.
The cameras will help surveillance with the cars that drive at high speeds, with the children's safety, and for all security in general.
Entiendo que el presupuesto está bien recortado, pero nos gustaría que lo apoyen al señor Reyes para que lo más pronto posible los pongan las cámaras.
We understand that there's a lot of cuts that are being proposed in the budget, but we really appreciate if you can please support Mr. Ed Reyes so that we will be able, so that cameras can be installed in that area.
Y gracias, se pasen buen día.
Thank you, have a nice day.
Good morning, my name is Arisbeth Villa. I'm here to give my opinion about cutting police officers and fire department. I think, in my opinion, that we need more police officers instead of cutting police officers. There's a lot of violence in our community of Highland Park, and I would like for you guys to help us with not cutting police officers, because there's going to be more violence than we already have. So please consider that. And I'm talking as a community, please consider us, because we really need the police officers and the firemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, yes.
Les quería dar las gracias por venir hoy. Sabemos que hace unos meses había un evento en la cual la escuela se tuvo que cerrar y esa violencia no es aceptable para nadie. Y sabemos que con la ayuda que podemos tener para más recursos para la seguridad, tenemos que reducir el crimen en nuestras comunidades, unas comunidades que están más afectadas que otras. Y les perdono por lo que pasó en su escuela, en su comunidad, pero estamos haciendo todo lo posible para mejorar la situación y tener más policías. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Rizar. Thank you. Our next speaker is Zuma Dog, followed by Matt Dowd, followed by Mark Hurd. And then we will go back out to the San Fernando Valley.
Yes, in the past 3 years that I've been attending the city council meetings, I have never come here to deliver more important information to city council, the viewers at home, and federal prosecutors. We have an election on Tuesday with many important measures, including city attorney. I feel there's nothing more pivotal and important at this time to say that we must not allow Jack Weiss to become city attorney. Now, okay, I will talk about him as his behavior as a council member here. I'd like to say, as a council member, Jack Weiss needs to step down. His fundraising, I believe he's going to be criminally prosecuted.
Dion.
We all have heard of... Okay.
Mr. Zumadog.
Okay, put my clock on hold, please.
You can put your
Excuse me?
We will give you you've heard this admonition before.
I am trying to be clear here. Please go through it for me now so that I can know what to say here. You say it. I need to know what the guidelines are. I'm trying to talk about...
Were you not here earlier when we provided that as well to another speaker?
I just walked in the door. I did not hear it. Please, for me, I'm not being a wise guy here.
Okay.
I'll just abbreviate it. Criticism against another candidate for city office who is not an incumbent of that office is outside the jurisdiction of this body unless the speaker could articulate a connection to the current provision of city services.
Okay, I'll try to do that here. Jack Weiss, in an invitation that said Council Member Jack Weiss, had a fundraiser as council member that was held at the home of Richard Zeman of Weatherly Capital, hosted by Daniel Weinstein. And currently, one of the members of Weatherly Capital pled guilty to security exchange fraud. And it ties to Jack Weiss directly. I have to be careful here. Also, I'm concerned about the mayor. His performance, bullying and pushing people around to vote for Jack Weiss. And that's a city issue. There's a lot to cover up here regarding corruption, and in the brief amount of time I have, I'm here to say that I've been warning about the pension money for years, since my Grand Avenue Project article. I've been warning about the mayor's commissioner appointments with this pension money would be bankrupting the city. I've been right every step of the way all along. Everybody knows it. Now you have the LA Times with an article that says the mayor's pushing his ally, Jack Weiss, to be city attorney. We have a city council member that is calling for criminal investigation into Jack Weiss for his fundraising as council member with his name on invitations at Richard Zeman's homes with Dan Weinstein from Weatherly as the host, and it's tied to arrests. And I'm here to tell you, in the brief amount of time, the corruption is coming down. It ties to Jack Weiss. You must vote Carmen Trutanich for city attorney on Tuesday.
Mr. City Attorney, I'm not sure you've actually followed your directions in that item. We will continue to warn you.
And he should be warned that he just violated the rules of decorum, and
thank you.
He should watch himself.
Mr. Dowd.
Yeah, he followed the directions because he connected that to the performance of the councilman as a councilman. And let me wrap it up for everyone on Channel 35 so you can explain what just happened. Dennis Zine, myself, Zuma Dog, we've been complaining about how Jack Weiss is not in this chair, and he's not here now all the times during public comment when he should be listening. And we said he was up in his office getting campaign contributions, and we were right. Now we found out who. Zeman, all the Weatherly Capital people, Weinstein, all of these people, and they were up there losing all the police and fire pension money. They lost $7 billion. They're all Mayor Villaraigosa appointees. Here's the Los Angeles coming out, the magazine, failure stamped across Mayor Villaraigosa. And here's the latest thing the city's done, right? The city attorneys, Dennis Zine will probably be thrilled to know this one. See, I'm Matt Dowd. I'm from Venice Beach. We had a lawsuit against the city because they're trying to regulate the First Amendment against all kind of odds of 20 years of failure. A federal judge awarded us a jury for damages because he awarded that we were violated by the city of Los Angeles. We sought $1.1 million in damages, and a jury awarded us $1/4 of that, $268,000. Now the city decides to go against the judge and appeal that, and yet I've got Tom LaBonge on a council file here telling the city council in 2005 that the Carol Sobel lawsuit of 2004 that we got the $268,000 for had considerable merit. So your city attorney is going against himself. He told you and all this whole city council that 2004 ordinance was unconstitutional. We've been here 3 years telling you, and now you want to go against it again? Go
Thank you very
ahead,
much,
I'm
Mr.
loving
Dowd.
this.
Mark Hurd. Mark Hurd.
That was Matt Dowd, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Hurd, former president, Westwood Homeowners Association, board director of the Westwood Homeowners Association, and organizer with the Westwood Neighborhood Council. I come here today, it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday, huh? We've got good weather. We're lucky to live in Southern California. I want to thank certain council members today, Bill Rosendahl, for his work this week on the issue in Iraq. Those human rights violations, that's a huge issue, and thank you, Bill, for your service this week. I was so proud and your work on that. I support gay rights, gay marriage. I think we should let dogs and cats get married if it'll help balance the budget. What is it, $75 a pet? I also want to thank Councilmember LaBonge for riding the bike today. He reminded me that I need to ride my bike more and keep the planet clean, and that really was a good thing. He showed by leadership. I want to thank Councilwoman Wendy Gruhl for her service to this council. You have so much style and grace, and we are so lucky to have you. You weathered the storm, the speakers, and you continue to serve your community. Now, we've only agreed 75% of the time, so I'll forgive you for the other 25%. And lastly, I want to thank Councilmember Smith, because he went against the grain on the parking issue. He was the one council member that voted against it. And now it went from $500,000 all the way up to $3 million now. He stood. He had the courage. He had the wisdom. And that's good councilmanship. So I want to thank you, thank Bill, thank Wendy, thank LaBonge, and thank all of you for the work you did this week. Have a great weekend, and don't forget to vote on Tuesday. I personally am voting for Trutanich and Behetti, but the important thing is to get out there and vote. Everybody get out there and vote. Thank you so much. God bless.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Just a point of order. When he mentioned the Iraq motion, I want you to know that Mike Bonham, my chief of staff right now, is with the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden, and he's handing him the city's resolution and saying to the Vice President of the United States, give it to the President, because the Council has clearly said we want our President to stand up for the human rights issues of the people in Iraq. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, we are now, I believe, that's the end. Oh, excuse me, we're going to go out to the San Fernando Valley, and then we're coming to you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Jeff Bornstein in the San Fernando Valley. Okay, so I guess Mr. Bornstein has left again. We'll now go to item number 1, Mr. Parks. And as we indicated, we do have public comment cards, so let me know how you'd like to move on this item.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, we'd like to ask that we continue public comment to next Monday when we have this agendized.
No, what he's suggesting is, why don't you explain what you're suggesting, that we have both public comment now and Monday?
The issue is we've closed public comment for today. We're asking to continue it to Monday when this item is...
No, sorry, but you may have misunderstood me. We just finished general public comment. We now have additional cards for item number 1.
Okay, then let's do that first then.
Okay. But those of you here know that we will have public comment on Monday as well. Is that correct, Mr. Parks?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we're asking.
For people who are not here today who are planning on coming on Monday. I'd like to call Chang Lee, Mark Liu, and Jim McQuiston, and Peter Nichols are our first 4.
Good morning, Madam President and the council members. I'd like to first commend the mayor and the city in keeping our city safe. The Koreatown community, over 500,000 members, are very lucky and appreciative that there's a new police station, which had enjoyed tremendous crime reduction, and also the response time of the police went down from 15 minutes to 5 minutes, under 5 minutes. And this is a great effort by the mayor and the city in the efforts of keeping the police where we are now. And I am gravely concerned that the votes that the Budget and Finance Committee just passed to have a budget cuts in the police department and the fire department, I think there's an issue here in that we cannot go back, we cannot revert back to the way of life that we had before. We have the quality of life in a safe environment, and we need to keep it that way. And I urge this council board to make sure that we keep the police force as is, or actually support the mayor in keeping the city safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here. Mark Liu, Jim McQuiston, Peter Nichols, then Jamie Romano.
Good morning. My name is Mark Lee. L-E-E. I'm the Pico Union Neighborhood Council President, and just wanted to mention about this budget cut on the law enforcement. Past 5 months in our Pico Union Neighborhood Council, we had our crime reduction up to about 20 to 30%. Now, actually, people walking in nighttime because the police are present at the Olympic and Rampart. So I urge the councils to reconsider about the item the mayor is proposing. And I just want to say thank you and reconsider everything that for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jim McQuiston?
Jim McQuiston. You all have my latest statement. I will go through some of the details, but in the interest of time, I'll keep it short. I did some research on this. The controller's estimate of income is considerably less than the CAO's estimate. The controller last year was high. The CAO was astronomically high. The controller's estimate is probably a little bit high, so keeping that in mind, I figure that the paper that we put out is probably just a piece of paper, and everyone here knows it. Actually, at minimum, we have 6,400 that we have to lay off, if we do it July 1st. Otherwise, it's 12,800 civilians. 12,800 out of 35,000 we just cannot do. We can't do. We do have an alternate. Please look at the alternate very carefully. I hope the mayor is working on it. It's supposed to be confidential. He isn't telling me whether he's working on it, and I'm happy about that because it's supposed to be confidential. But we have to do that. We can save all those jobs. We can keep the future of the city intact. We have to address this. It doesn't cost us, pennies. It's just unbelievable that we're not moving on that. If someone else jumps in on it, we may be torpedoed. We've got to do it first.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Peter Nichols, followed by Jamie Romano, followed by Arnold Sachs.
Good morning, council members. My name is Peter Nichols. I'm the founding member of Melrose Action Neighborhood Watch in the Melrose District of Los Angeles. I'm here to speak on behalf of our area in asking you to please reconsider the position to impact the police department and fire departments, and I'm asking that you please take the mayor's lead in preserving public safety in Los Angeles, in particular our area. I'd also like to make a comment about our Wilshire Division and their outstanding community policing initiatives set forth by Captain Eric Davis. We work in concert with them. Crime is down in our area. We support our police officers, and we ask that you do the same. And I thank you for my time.
Thank you very much. That Jamie? Were you Jamie? Jamie, okay, sorry. Jamie, followed by Arnold Sachs, followed by Monica Harmon, followed by Irene Ponce.
Good morning. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Downtown Women's Action Coalition, LA Community Action Network, Downtown Women's Center, the Hollywood chapter of the National Organization for Women, and the Women of Los Angeles in general, speaking to you on the funding to clear up the backlog of rape kits in the city of Los Angeles. I was here on Denim Day when this city council acknowledged violence against women and the incredible need for much work to be done there. The mayor put in his budget to put before you funding to clear up that backlog. Budget and Finance has kept it in place, and it now falls upon each of you to keep it there. Funding is not just about money, it's about priority. This is an opportunity not only to do the right thing, but to take a stand for the city of Los Angeles, the people of Los Angeles, stand up and say, we will not tolerate violence against women in our city. We will not have it because, frankly, it's been going on unchecked with the backlog of these untested rape kits. Take the predators off the streets, make Los Angeles a safer place. Denim Day is a wonderful thing. It happens once a year. The council always acknowledges it, participates. This is too big and too serious an issue to be acknowledged one day a year. Please don't let that be lip service on your behalf. Stand up on behalf of the women of Los Angeles and make the statement, we will not tolerate violence against women in our community. Keep the funding intact. Thank you.
Thank you. And my staff, if we could get your information, we want to provide you with a report that was given to us in the Budget and Finance Committee that outlined really succinctly where the numbers were and where the funding and the grant money we applied for. So Daniel will come and just get your information from you so we can provide that to you as well. Thank you. Arnold Sachs, followed by Monica Harmon. Then, of course, followed by Irene Ponce. And if I could just ask all the speakers to kind of get close and line up, that'll save us some time.
Good morning again. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. In all your budget discussions, I've yet to hear any elimination of the personal perks that the council members and their staffs receive. When is that going to be discussed? Not a proponent of the living wage ordinance, but I see a benefit of it when it applies to city workers and their cost of health care. How much would it lower the cost that the city has to pay right now if you gave everybody, I don't know, a $2 an hour pay raise? The police fire hiring freeze, or whichever you want, however you want to look at it. We never really got a cost of the program that was ever discussed. We did get a trash fee increase that raised $240 million, and we're finding out that that's not enough to get to 1,000 new police officers. The past city controller did 175 audits. How many of these audits have led to changes in the city's accountability? Let me give you a small example. For over 3 years, numerous speakers have stood here in front of City Council, prodding the council to eliminate or revise the special event fees that they waive on a weekly basis, because we recognize, or they recognize, a budget crisis. It took 2.5 years for the City Council to finally act. With this kind of leadership, no wonder the ship is inches from settling on the bottom. We need an ad hoc committee to discuss audit recommendations and move to revisit these budget actions that are only addressed by increasing fees or cutting services. We need accountability in expenses. We don't seem to get any of that. We get new programs. You have a fee that you want to add for the animal control officers. We don't even have a definition of what fees are. We need some leadership.
Thank you. Monica Harmon, followed by Irene Ponce, and then we will go out to San Pedro for the... Yes, thank you, Monica.
Councilman Rosendahl, there are so many great things that you do on the West Side, but I have to tell you, your West Siders could not be more disappointed in your non-support of LAPD. We marched in 2002 from Hollenbeck Police Station to Parker Center. There's over 400 people, including seniors, because we understand the importance of law enforcement. Where is the trash fee money going if you're going to stop this hiring? Everyone thought that that's what they were paying for. 6,000 new residents are going to be moving into Hollywood area and 75 new commercial projects. How are you going to stop LAPD? You will be sending a message nationwide stating that once again, Los Angeles does not put public safety as a top priority. For decades, our LAPD officers have suffered. New York has 40,000 officers. We have 9,800. And plus, our officers patrol almost 100 miles more. So we haven't had a terrorist attack yet. Councilman Rosendahl knows the West Siders by the airport. I mean, that's a =1 attack, and buildings here in downtown LA. Have you thought about what would happen if something like that? We lost 1,000 officers thanks to ex-Chief Parks here, and now he has the audacity to want to stop. You've wasted millions on special event waivers, on developments. I mean, it's mind-boggling. I would love to talk to your mothers and ask, how did you raise these kids of yours to not understand? I love your father probably would be sitting here turning in his grave saying, what are they thinking? This is public safety. You'll be sending a message to the gangbangers that you don't care. Well, we care, and we will do everything in our power to email, to slam you with phone calls, to say you cannot stop police hiring. Thank you.
Irene Ponce.
Thank you, council members. My name is Irene Ponce. I live in the community of El Sereno, and I'm here today to speak on item number 1. I feel that it's very important that we maintain the police officers that we do have and any police officers that we are going to hire. I think it's extremely important due to the fact that in the past we have had civil unrest. My council member is doing a wonderful job at improving the community of El Sereno. When I was on the neighborhood council in the Economic Development Committee, chairing this particular committee, and reaching out to businesses to come into our community, I had an extremely hard time trying to get the businesses to come in because of the lack of law enforcement and the fear of vandalism and graffiti. So it is very important that we do not lose our existing officers, that we continue to hire more officers, that public safety is an important issue within our city if there's a natural disaster. And also, I would like to say that any new officers hired by this department, by LAPD, that our psychological and our background investigation of these officers be even tighter than we have it now, extremely tight. Due to the Drew Peterson case, that makes me fearful for women, and we need to have tighter psychological and tighter background on new hires of officers. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go out to San Pedro, and we do have, I think, about 15 cards in San Pedro. If we could, we'll start with Angela Contreras, Jesus Magdalena, Ruben Contreras, and then I'll call the additional names. If you want to...
President,
yes.
she will need a translator.
She will need a translator. Okay, if you hold 1 minute, we'll have our translator come to our microphone here. Thank you. Ms. Contreras, please. You may go ahead and we'll have... Dalia, you want to...
Buenos días.
Yes.
Vengo de la comunidad de Wilmington, California. Me llamo Ángela Contreras.
Good morning. My name is Ángela Contreras.
Vengo sobre los presupuestos que quieren recortar de la policía.
I'm here to talk about the budget cuts that are being proposed in reference to the police department.
Pues vengo a suplicarles que no quisiera que recortaran, porque antes había mucha violencia en Wilmington.
We're here to beg you to please reconsider and do not approve the cuts that are being proposed for the police department, because in the past there was high violence, a lot of cases of violence in the city of Wilmington.
Ahora que está mejor, no me gustaría que recortaran.
And now that
Yo sé que la economía está mal, pero la seguridad está... La seguridad es mucho más importante.
I understand that we're going through a bad economic crisis, but public safety, I think, should be a priority.
Por eso les vengo a suplicar que tengan en cuenta la seguridad, porque nos daría miedo por la violencia que regresara para atrás.
That's why I'm here to plead to you to please consider safety as a priority, because we're very fearful that if that happens and budget is cut within the LA Police Department, then the crime rate is going to go up again.
Les vengo a suplicar desde el más profundo de mi corazón que tomen en cuenta la seguridad, que es muy importante para toda la familia.
And once again, I'm here to beg you to please consider public safety as one of your priorities, so that my family and the whole community can feel safe again.
Muchas gracias. Que tengan buen día.
Muchas gracias. Jesus Magdaleno, followed by Ruben Contreras, followed by Monica de la Cruz. Hello. ¿Habla inglés? ¿Español?
Español.
Ok. Continúe, señor, por favor. Empiece, por favor.
Mi nombre es Jesús Magdaleno, vengo de la ciudad de Wilmington. Vengo a pedirles que no recorten los presupuestos para la policía, ya que ahorita gozamos de tranquilidad gracias al apoyo que nos ha dado.
Señor, un momento. Good morning, my name is Jesus Magdaleno. I live in the city of Wilmington. I'm here to beg you and implore to you to not approve the budget cuts that are being proposed for the LAPD, because right now we're enjoying the safety that we're feeling because the crime rate has gone down in our community.
Si nos recortan a los policías con el desempleo, va a volver a seguir igual como era Wilmington antes. Había violencia y robos. Ahorita, con el desempleo, ya ha habido uno que otro robo, ya que a mí y a un amigo nos han robado en las casas, y si recortan, van a seguir ocurriendo.
If you cut the police force, what's going to happen is, especially with the unemployment rate that's increasing, we're going to have a lot of people unemployed, and we're going to suffer again from robberies and assaults like we had in the past. Recently, we just started experiencing crimes of assault against people and property, and this we feel is going to increase if you go ahead with this police cuts that are being proposed in the budget.
queremos que con la ayuda de que sigan apoyando los recursos para la policía, nos den más seguridad para que todas las familias de Wilmington anden tranquilas por la calle sin necesidad de arriesgarse a un golpe o a un robo.
And we would like to ask you to support us in keeping public safety first so that we will not increase the possibility of violent crimes. And this way the community members of Wilmington can live their lives calmly and with tranquility. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Ruben Contreras, Monica de la Cruz.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Mi nombre es Rubén Contreras. Vengo de la comunidad de Wilmington.
Good morning, my name is Ruben Contreras and I'm here representing the community of Wilmington.
Y vengo a dar mi voto para apoyar a los oficiales de policía
And I'm here in support of the police officers
para que no corten los fondos, ya que hemos tenido mucho apoyo de ellos y la comunidad de Wilmington ha tenido muchas mejoras.
We don't want the funding for the police budget to be cut because we've seen a lot of an increase in our working together police department, and our family have felt very supported from the police force here in Wilmington.
Desde que empezamos a trabajar juntos con la policía, hemos tenido bajas en el grafique, en el robos y las gangas han disminuido mucho por todas las áreas que estaban más que han tenido apoyo con lo de la policía.
Since we started working together with the police, we've noticed a decrease in graffiti, in the assaults or robberies against people and property, and it seems that the gangs have decreased also, and that's due to the collaboration between the police officers and the community of Wilmington.
Y por favor, queremos que nos sigan apoyando para que esto no suceda. Queremos ganar en vez de perder, no echar a perder todo lo que hemos logrado y con la policía que nos ha ayudado mucho.
So we're here to ask you to support because we've seen a lot of gains and a lot of positive things that are going on. We don't want to lose. We don't want to lose all the hard work and the collaboration that we established with the police department because they've greatly helped us and supported us.
Pues es todo lo que quería yo decir. Muchas gracias por el tiempo que nos permitieron hablar.
That's all, and thank you very much for the time allotted to me. I appreciate it. Muchas gracias. Monica de la Cruz, followed by Oliva Corona, followed by Jose Sandejas. Going back to San Pedro. Yes, sir. ¿Habla español o inglés?
Ya. Buenos días. Mi nombre es José Sandejas. Vengo aquí a dar mi apoyo nada más para que no corten presupuestos. Desearía de todo corazón que hubiera más policías.
Good morning, my name is Jose Sandejas, and I'm here to show my support for the police department and ask you not to approve a budget cut to the department. Instead, what we would like is to get more police officers.
Ahorita nuestra comunidad de Wilmington se ha compuesto muy bien con la policía, nos han apoyado muy bien, tanto los bomberos como la policía.
Currently, the community in Wilmington, we've seen great improvements through the collaboration between the police officers and us. They really supported us, and we're very happy with them.
Nuestros hijos van muy bien a la escuela, regresan, la policía los cuida cuando van por la calle, y ha bajado mucho el graffiti también.
Our children feel very safe going to and from school. The police officers look out for them and take care of them on their way to school and from school, and everything is working well.
Es todo. Gracias.
That's all. Thank you. excuse me, is Monica there, or Oliva? Ignacio? Laura, okay. Go ahead.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Ignacio Vega. Yo estoy aquí para apoyar 100% a los policías. Soy residente de Wilmington por aproximadamente 23 años.
Good morning, my name is Ignacio Vega, and I'm here in 100% support of the police officers. I've been a resident of Wilmington for approximately 23 years.
Me ha tocado vivir unas épocas muy duras que yo recuerdo en el pasado.
I've lived through very difficult times in the past.
Y no me gustaría regresar a ellas porque fue un tiempo muy duro de mirar gangas, tiroteos en las calles.
And I do not want to go back to those times again. Those times were filled with a lot of problems with gangs, with drive-by shootings.
Y ahora que estamos viviendo una época mejor con la policía, que miramos el apoyo, no es justo que nos regresen a esos tiempos del pasado que traían mucha violencia.
And now we're experiencing and enjoying a better era in our community due to the police support and working with the community, and we do not want to go back to those violent times.
Me sorprende mucho que quieran hacer recortes cuando apenas en nuestra comunidad se acaba de abrir un centro o una estación nueva de policía.
I'm very surprised that you're considering cutting the funding for the police department, because just recently a new police station opened in our community.
Y cuando pensaba yo que íbamos a tener más protección, más policía, y ahora piensan en recortes, me parece que no es justo. Entonces es por eso que estamos toda la comunidad aquí saliendo a apoyar a nuestra policía, a los bomberos y a los maestros también, ¿por qué no?
And now that we think that we're going to have more police officers and that we were going to continue enjoying the support and bettering our community, I don't think it's fair for you guys to be considering those cuts. We are here in support of the police officers, the firemen, and also the teachers. Thank you.
Gracias, que tengan buen día.
Monica, again, I'll call her Alva, Laura Espinosa, Jose Iniguez. Feel free out there just to go up to the... Señores, por favor, si son amables en pasar al micrófono. Gracias.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Laura Espinosa, vengo de la comunidad de la ciudad de Wilmington.
Good morning, my name is Laura Espinosa. I'm here from the community of Wilmington.
Yo vengo a apoyar a que no recorten a los policías porque es las personas que nos cuidan en la comunidad.
I'm here supporting, I'm here against the cuts that are being proposed to the police department budget because they're really helping our community.
Yo soy una madre de Wilmington que me preocupa por la seguridad de mis hijos y me involucré como voluntaria hace 5 años en la comunidad.
I'm a mother and whose children live and go to school here in Wilmington, and I became a volunteer in our community about 5 years ago.
Yo quiero que todos los taxes que nos quitan a la comunidad y a los residentes de toda la ciudad sean para que sigan apoyando a los policías para que los aumenten y no los disminuyan.
What I would like to ask is all the taxes that we pay and all the fees that have been increased, that money, or at least part of it, to be used to enhance the police officers, the police department's force.
Me preocupa mucho mis hijos y todos los niños de estas ciudades, ¿a dónde quieren que los llevemos si no va a haber seguridad?
I'm very concerned about my children and the children of our communities. Where can we take them if we don't feel that they're safe in our community? We don't know where to take them.
No quiero que nos quedemos en jaulas en las casas como si fuéramos pájaros. Quiero que hagan algo y que den los fondos para la comunidad para tener más policías.
We don't want to end up in our homes locked up as if we were birds in cages. We want you guys to please approve more funding for the police department so that we can continue with the safety that we've been enjoying.
Porque si no voy a sentir que es inútil ser voluntaria en nuestras ciudades y dar mi tiempo, horas y horas sin que me paguen para cambiar mi comunidad.
Because then I'm going to feel that it's not worth continuing volunteering and giving of my own time hours and hours and hours like I've had if you're not going to help our community, because I feel that it won't be worth it.
Gracias, espero que haga su trabajo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I hope you do your job. Thank you. Thank you. Rosendo Miramontes, Maria Hernandez.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es José Íñiguez, vengo de la comunidad de Wilmington. Estamos por primera vez disfrutando de los beneficios de tener un área segura.
Good morning,
Fueron
my name is
generaciones.
Jose. Good morning, my name is Jose. I'm here from the city of Wilmington, and I would like to share with you that this is the first time that we're really enjoying the support of the police department in our community.
Fueron generaciones las que estuvimos pasando, sufriendo bajo el tormento de los miembros de las gangas, y fue gracias al Departamento de Policía.
In the past, we were pretty much being tortured. We're suffering because we were under the control of the gangs, and now we're finally enjoying freedom, so to speak, thanks to the police department.
Y es un día muy mal para nosotros oír que vamos a tener que volver a la misma situación anteriormente, cuando por primera vez estábamos disfrutando de la libertad y la seguridad que gozábamos en todas las calles.
And this is a very sad day for us. This is a very sad day for us because we're hearing the situation was taking place, and we feel that if you guys approve the cuts, that we're going to go back and live again the situation that we were under with the gangs and the violence.
Yo pienso que sería muy importante que tomaran en consideración la seguridad en la que han vivido todos los niños, especialmente los programas en los que el Departamento de Policía se ha dedicado para en un futuro tener mejores ciudadanos.
I really feel that liberty and security and safety, especially for our children, is very important. The safety for our children through the programs that the police department has been involved in, I think it's very important to continue with those programs and keep our children safe and learning so that we can have better citizens in the future.
Esperamos que reconsideren la decisión y lleguen a tomar la decisión adecuada como siempre lo han hecho. Muchas gracias.
We hope that you please reconsider your decisions, and we're really hoping also that you make the right decision. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Rosendo Miramontes y estoy aquí para dar apoyo a la policía de Los Ángeles, que no les recorten el presupuesto.
Good morning, my name is Jose, and I'm here in support of the police department, asking you to please do not approve the cut that's being proposed to the police department's budget.
Porque en Wilmington estamos viviendo un tiempo muy difícil y ha estado muy impactado por las gangas. Hay gangas que regresan de las cárceles y son bien peligrosos, porque en las cárceles les dan ejercicios y todos les compran todas máquinas para ponerse más fuertotes, para aquí en las calles acosar a la gente y hacerlos como ellos quieren, y eso no es justo.
Because right now we're going through very difficult times in Wilmington, especially with the gang activity. They're coming out of the jails, and in the jails what they do is they do a lot of physical exercise, and they have exercise machines, and what happens is they come out stronger physically, and what they do is they end up harassing the community members on the streets.
So, por favor, no quiten los fondos para los policías, porque todavía en las calles de Wilmington queda mucho por hacer.
So
Muchas
please
gracias.
do not cut the budget for the police department, because we still have a lot to do in the streets of Wilmington. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure, Monica, I'll go back to Alva, Rosendo Miramontes, Maria Hernandez. Yes.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Hernández, vengo de Wilmington.
Good morning, my name is Maria Hernandez, and I'm here from the community of Wilmington.
Yo les pido que no haya recorte de policías, sino lo contrario.
I'm asking you that to not cut the police department's budget, to the contrary.
Necesitamos más vigilancia, que haya más seguridad en nuestras calles.
We need more patrolling, we need more security on our streets.
Necesitamos que se contraten más policías, no queremos que haya recortes.
We need more hiring of police officers. We don't need any more cuts.
Por nuestra seguridad. Gracias.
And that's all for our safety. Thank you. Thank you. Any other speakers out there in San Pedro? We have John Delgado, Cecilia Moreno.
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, it's me again. Hi.
I just want to say hi
Could
to
you say your name
Councilwoman
again?
Hahn.
Yes,
It's
say your
John
name
Delgado
again. Can you say your, John
from
Delgado?
San
Okay, thanks,
Pedro.
John.
Yes. I just want to say, as the two gentlemen earlier were up there receiving the report, and how the councilman, he alluded about doing the right thing. And in this situation here, we would like to see this council do the right thing by continuing to hire the officers and just to dig down and look inside of you and say, yes, this is the right thing to do. And at this time, we need more officers on our street. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers in San Pedro? Yes, go ahead, sir. Sí, sí.
Buenos días, council members. Mi nombre es Antonio Ríos y yo vengo de Wilmington a apoyar la idea de la señora Laura Espinosa por más servicios y protección de la policía. Pero también quiero pedir algo muy importante para la comunidad.
Por favor. Good morning. My name is Antonio Rios, and I'm here also supporting what the previous person said. We're here to support and ask for more funding for the police officers.
Pero también quiero pedir algo muy importante para la comunidad.
I would also, however, like to ask you for something else of high importance to the community.
El cambio de ruta Watson Yard Line de Pacific Coast Highway hasta la Anaheim Street, área residencial.
The change of route from Watson, díganos las calles otra vez, por favor, de la ruta.
Pacific Coast Highway hasta Anaheim Street, área residencial.
From Pacific Coast Highway to Anaheim Street, which is a residential zone.
¿Por qué es muy importante esto para nuestra comunidad?
Why is this so important for our community?
Por la salud y la seguridad son dos cosas que se deben de tomar en serio.
Because of the health and safety of our community, these are two issues that must be taken very seriously.
Primero, científicamente está comprobado que la contaminación de las emisiones de micropartículas de diésel son dañinas.
It has been proven that the contamination from the microparticulates of the diesel emissions are very dangerous.
Para la salud y causan asma, cáncer y mucho más.
They're very dangerous for our health. They cause asthma, cancer, and other illnesses.
Segundo, al transportar sustancias químicas tóxicas, puede ocurrir una explosión en medio de la comunidad.
Secondly, when hazardous materials are being transported throughout the community, there's a possibility and risk of an explosion taking place, which it can take place in a residential zone, and that's very, very detrimental to the community.
El 25 de marzo del 2009, en la Junta Wilmington Neighborhood Council, Mrs. Donna Ecklicon sugirió esto.
At the meeting of the Wilmington Neighborhood Council, at the regular meeting on March 2009, one of the board members suggested the following.
Que los químicos se deben de transportar por la Alameda Street y no por la McFarland Avenue.
It was suggested the chemicals must be transported through Alameda Street and not through, ¿qué calle? MacArthur Avenue? And not through the other street.
Por la seguridad de la ciudad y calidad de vida de todos los residentes de Wilmington, especialmente por el bien de nuestros niños. Muchas gracias.
And this is for the quality of life and the benefit and health of all the community members, especially for our children. Please reconsider this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The four cards we have left there is Monica de la Cruz, Alva Corona, Rosendo Miramontes, and Cecilia Moreno.
Hay cuatro tarjetas que quedan. Pase.
Good morning, council members. My name is Debbie Hernandez, and this is my cousin Melissa Reta. And we just wanted to let you guys know that we want you guys to not cut any of the funds for the police department or the fire departments. We want you guys to keep us safe while we're on the streets or walking. We want more police on the streets to keep us safe. Thank you.
Good morning, council members. My name is Cecilia Moreno. I am the chair of the Spanish Community Police Advisory Board in Wilmington, and I'm very honored that several of the community members were here voicing their opinion, and I would like to support them in that we need our law enforcement to continue not to shrink. Thank goodness that we have the law enforcement that we do. We have the relationship with them that we do. It's taken us many years to get here. Our community is very safe right now. Our fear is that if this starts to diminish, we will start seeing an increase not only in crime, but in harms, puts our lives at harm, just like my nieces and nephews that are here with me this morning. I also wanted to speak on behalf of the Wilmington Neighborhood Council. I'm the chair of the Wilmington Neighborhood Council, and wanted to ask the council members to please support keeping our funding at no less than $45,000. We understand the critical situation the city is under. We're willing to take a cut, just like the other city departments, and so we just ask that all the council members support keeping the funding at no less than $45,000. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers out in San Pedro? Our last speakers? Okay, I think that's our last speakers. We do have more public comment cards. So if you want to just quickly comment on San Pedro, but we are going to go, we probably have another 30 cards here for public comment.
Opportunity to thank those who have showed up today in the San Pedro Municipal Building, and I really want to give a shout out to my Spanish community, CPAB, and Cecilia Moreno. You guys have done such a good job working with the LAPD monthly. It's the only Spanish-speaking CPAB we have in the city. They meet monthly. They work on issues with LAPD to try to solve crime in their community, and I just want them to know that we all take this very, very seriously, and we're all going to try to do our best to do what we can to balance all the needs in the city. But just know that your work all these years with LAPD has made a huge difference in the community of Wilmington for reducing crime overall. So thank you for taking the time to voice your opinion today.
Thank you.
Comment as well. I don't want to confuse anybody, but we're going to have a very healthy discussion on this on Monday. I am definitely for more police, but show me the money. Show me how we're going to get there. Let's be honest and straight with each other. That's the only position that I want people to clearly know, that I do want more officers, but show me the money.
Thank you. Diana Martinez, followed by Nina Royale, followed by Billy Hayes.
Necesito intérprete, por favor. Diana Martínez. Buenos días, mi nombre es Diana Martínez y yo estoy aquí representando la comunidad de Misión Dolores en Boyle Heights.
Good morning, my name is Diana Martinez and I'm here representing the community of Misión Dolores in Boyle Heights.
Como es del conocimiento de muchos de ustedes, Boyle Heights es una comunidad plagada de pandillas y la violencia es el pan de cada día allá.
As many of you might already know, Boyle Heights is a community that's plagued by gangs, and the daily bread that we eat every day is violence in that community.
Me gustaría relatarles brevemente que en el verano del 2007, en una madrugada a las 2 de la mañana,
I would like to briefly tell you a story of what happened on the summer of 2007 at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Estábamos ya durmiendo y escuché casi en la puerta de mi casa 6 a 8 disparos que me despertaron de manera violenta.
We were already asleep and suddenly I heard very close to my door about 6 to 8 shots that abruptly woke all of us up.
So, lo primero que hice fue correr a ver si mis hijos estaban bien. Gracias a Dios así fue.
And the first thing I did, I ran to see if my children were okay, and thanks God they were fine.
Pero cuando regresé, yo podía escuchar por mi ventana los lamentos de una persona.
But when I came back to the window, I could hear the cries of a person.
Y entonces yo me asomé con mucho temor y pude ver que un muchacho se arrastraba por debajo de un carro desangrándose.
And very carefully and with a lot of fear, I was able to look through my window and I noticed that a young man was crawling, bleeding underneath a car.
realmente no sé si ese muchacho murió o no, pero lloré mucho y pensé muy especialmente en su mamá.
I am not quite sure if that young man died or survived, and it really was very painful to me. And at that moment, my thoughts were really going to that young man's mother.
So, es muy lamentable todas estas muertes y estas pérdidas en nuestra comunidad. Y yo quiero decir que también en el verano que pasó teníamos balaceras en la mañana, en la tarde, en la noche. Y también el hijo de una vecina muy querida quedó en silla de ruedas a consecuencia de estas balaceras que se produjeron.
It is very sad to see all the deaths and all the losses that are happening in our community. Last summer, for example, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evenings, you hear shootings all the time. Also, the son of a very close friend of mine who's a neighbor was shot and ended up in a wheelchair.
If we could ask her to conclude. And Mr. Zumadog, if you would refrain from making those motions, what we're doing is taking into consideration that we have Spanish and English in the translation, so we go to the 2 minutes. I would ask that you stop making those motions. Please continue. And if you could just conclude.
Sí. Entonces yo pido por la seguridad de mis hijos y por todos los niños de mi comunidad que no nos quiten la vigilancia, que la necesitamos al 100%.
And all I'm here is to beg you to please not take away the safety for our children and the safety for all the children throughout the communities. Do not take away that safety and do not cut the funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Nina Royale, followed by Billy Hayes, followed by, there's no name attached to it, but Glassell Park Neighborhood Council.
Good morning. Thank you for listening to me today. First, I'd like to thank the Educations and Neighborhood and Educations Committee. They're doing a phenomenal job of actually looking at their budget and finding out where they can make the cuts, and also how neighborhood councils can also fit in to volunteer for many of the things that need to be done throughout our city. Regarding the police department, first of all, I agree with Monica Harmon. Where did the money for the trash tax go? Secondly, I'm from Sunland Tujunga. I'm vice chairman of the Sunland Tujunga Neighborhood Council, as well as the safety chair, and I'm a member of the Foothill Division Community Police Advisory Board. I know for a fact that in 1996, officers coming out of the academy were put on the streets without a training officer because there were not enough officers. This is disgraceful. What about the lives of the police officers, not only the people on the streets? Sunland Tujunga during that time had the worst crime reporting district in the Foothill Division. It wasn't even safe to be in my front yard. We did not have enough police officers. Now look at us today. We are I think we are the safest community in the Foothill Division, but not only is our community safe, the Foothill Division, the crime has gone down immensely. They've done a phenomenal job. So I'm asking you, please replace the offices that we are losing through attrition. I understand that there is no money to hire new hires. We can live with that. But do not put these officers on furlough. Do not replace them, because you are endangering not only the lives of the citizens, but you are endangering the lives of the officers themselves. Please find the money. If E&E can go through their budget and find where they can make cuts, I challenge the rest of the committees to do the same thing. Thank you.
Billy Hayes, followed by Glassell Park Neighborhood Council, followed by Jasmine Mejia.
Good morning. My name is Billy Hayes. I'm Vice President of Foothill Trails District Neighborhood Council. I come here today to challenge the Budget Committee's 80% recommendation to cut the Neighborhood Council budget. The assumption that the neighborhood councils are hoarding money is completely false. There's absolutely nothing to back that up. Councilman Smith has said that neighborhood council needs to be shocked into reality. Believe me, we are in the reality. And you did. Yes, you did. And we are in reality. We are well aware of what's going on in the neighborhoods and in this council as well. So we are part of this city, and we are working to do our part. And Mr. Parks on the committee has said that what suggestions do we have to, since we don't want to cut all of our money, what suggestions do we have? Well, one suggestion I would have is that the fund that's being funded for the city's district that you guys are getting, the $1.5 million from the mayor to go into your fund, that could be something that could be looked at as far as funding the neighborhood council. So there's a lot that could be looked at. There's a lot of money out there, and there's a lot of money being spent on a whole lot of issues, a lot of things that's I'm sure it's well and good in your own eyes, but neighborhood councils are an important part of this city, and it should not be cut. It should not be eliminated because certain people don't understand what's going on. Thank you.
Yes.
Just point of information, I never made any such comments, sir. That is an absolute lie, and you don't help your cause by lying. And secondly, there is in the budget proposal, which you will see, a 10% cut for council offices, our staffs, our cars, everything we have is just as the other departments are bearing.
Thank you. And Mr. Smith, I think the other is that our Budget and Finance Committee also did adopt the $45,000, and as I understand it from Dunn, that they're finding there's been additional money found in the city clerk above and beyond what we had proposed at that time. Thank you.
Yes, good morning to you all. My name is Gladys Pinto Munoz, and I'm with the Glasso Park Neighborhood Council. I'm the secretary. I have lived in the neighborhood for 25 years, 10 in Eagle Rock and 15 in Glasso Park. When my boys were attending Eagle Rock High School, I was the sports mom, the team mom. And after the games, when we had night games, I had to make sure that every single player had a ride home. Why? Because I was afraid they were going to get hurt on their way home. Ever since the mayor became mayor, we elected him mayor, the streets have been safer. When Chief Bratton was hired, we feel more secure. I think that you shouldn't freeze the hiring of police officers. In the contrary, we should continue hiring them because to me, as a parent, a life is more important. And if there's no money, look for it. Please. I'm speaking as a parent and on behalf of my neighborhood. Thank you.
Jasmine Mejia, followed by Sal Martinez, followed by Zumadog.
How are you guys today? My name is Jasmine Mejia. I'm currently a lieutenant for the Explore program at Hollenbeck Division. Being an Explorer, our goals will be become police officers, wear that blue uniform that we wish to be when we turn 21. For you guys cutting the budget of hiring police officers, some of us, the Explorers, won't be getting to become police officers in the future.
Hi, my name's Patty. I am also a LAPD Explorer, and cutting the budget and the hiring of police officers will hurt our communities because we do need more safety and patrolling out in our streets. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for being here.
And also, as me being the highest rank on my post, I have to make sure all the Explorers have a ride home. We actually have our meetings at the Technology Center in Boyle Heights. We need more officers to be hired for our safety in our community. Thank you.
Sal?
Good morning, council members. My name is Sal Martinez, and I am a member of the Resurrection Neighborhood Watch. I'm here to tell you that I serve my community in CD14, and I want to let you know that promises that you made to ensure that public safety is number one is something that I'm here to ask you to keep, please. In Boyle Heights, right here in Boyle Heights, there's no more room for programs like CNN to come in and tape shows titled Homicide in Hollenbeck because of the crime has gone down across the board in our community. LAPD needs to you need to help LAPD keep that goal of reaching 10,000 officers. The hiring freeze is going to affect everybody in our community. We have so many programs working right now to promote the safety that we have right now, and that's through the GRID office, the CLEAR program, the Summer and Lights program, the neighborhood prosecutor, the probation department, all of these teams working together to provide us with a quality of life, making our communities safer and livable. Each and every one of you, inside of you, has a little bit of LAPD inside of you. Because your legacies, when you leave this building, your legacies are going to equal that. The LAPD, I tell you, council members, to you, when you leave this office, it will mean that legacies are promises delivered. That's what LAPD stands for you, as the ones that are holding, this budget and trying to, prevent the hiring of more police officers in our community. So I thank you for hearing us out. I know that you're going to be doing this on Monday, and I implore you to please don't cut us. Thank you.
Zumadog, followed by Alexia, followed by Terry Cano, followed by Jasmine.
Yes, it's time for the I told you so victory lap around the city. I've been coming here for 3 years. I've been warning you about all of this. I mean, really? The budget, I don't need to recap the LA Times and everything. You know what you have to do. What I'm here to present is some information that really needs to come to the table here, because I don't know if people heard. $7 billion, with a B, $7 billion was lost in Wall Street in the pension fund, of which I am here to say is massive corruption. We are now seeing arrests that are happening that tie right back to City Hall. And council members can laugh and giggle, but it's going to be very costly when we have special elections for some of your council seats and for the mayor and for a lot of people over the $7 billion loss in pension fund. Do you people understand? Forget about the $500 million budget deficit. We have a $7 billion loss in the stock market, and I was warning you on the record. Each one of you are held accountable because you continue to approve the commissioners. I warned you for years that the mayor's commissioner appointments, and especially relating to the pension fund, is a money laundering, corrupt racket. And now I have the New York Attorney General that seems to agree. And we have Julio Ramirez of Weatherly Capital, who is pled guilty, and it's going to tie right back to City Hall. It's going to tie right back to Villaraigosa. It's going to tie right to Jack Weiss, who's not here today. So you really need to do something, and it's called belt tightening. And it's not about 10% here and 10% there. I don't even know what to say. It's too late, people. I'm here to say it's too late. After coming here for 3 years, warning you on the record, and I hope you all go to prison for appointing and approving the commissioners that I warned on the record. You're damn right I'm pissed I deserve to be, because
take down your voice.
Okay, take down the voice. Let me be a little more, I can't even do it. I can't even do it. This is so outrageous. You blew, each and every one of you are held accountable for squandering $7 billion in corrupt money laundering.
Alexia, followed by Terry Cano, followed by Jasmine Chopra, followed by Rita Chairez.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this time. My name is Alexia Terana. I live in Cypress Park. I can understand that trying to decide what to cut back on services is difficult. We all need to do that at some time in our lives. But please look at everything very carefully and don't take services which are extremely needed, such as police protection, fire department, and education. If these services are reduced, the city will have many more serious problems to resolve. I wish that we didn't need the police to assist in resolving difficult situations, but we as human beings haven't yet learned to do that. I'm sorry for that. Please think that some businesses will not come to the communities which are not safe. Have you heard of the broken window? I'm sure you all have. I don't want any more broken windows, not just in my community, but everywhere, please. Also, Councilman Rosenthal earlier mentioned that, show me the money. Yes, I hear you, sir, but you know what? You are more knowledgeable than I am. You have more resources than I do, sir. And I'm sure that you can all, putting your heads together, cooperating with each other, can find such money, sir. Please try harder. I thank you for your time.
Terry Cano, Jasmine.
Hi, good afternoon. Again, I'm here just as everyone else is here in fear of any of the budget cuts for any of our emergency personnel. Like Monica Harmon had said, in Boyle Heights in 2002, over 600 people, residents of the Boyle Heights, marched for peace and for more police officers. To this day, we still don't have the maximum amount of police officers that we are allowed. We still don't have as many. I know that there is a budget crisis, but police and emergency personnel should not be cut. That's just, it's not safe for the community. Back in 2002, when we marched for the peace, we had the drive-bys every day. We had the dead bodies that were hanging out of cars or on the street, that were out on the street, open for everybody to see for at least 3 to 4 hours, because it took them longer to wrap up the crime scene because there wasn't enough police officers. The response time back then was, it was ridiculous. For an emergency, at least maybe 15 to 30 minutes, sometimes more. Cutting the officers along with the officers who are hurt and not on the street and the ones that are going to retire is going to send us back to where we were back in the late 90s, early and 2000 to up to 2003. And we've made such strides with the LAPD, across LAPD completely, where crime has been reduced in every division, and any cuts would put us back there. Any cuts would, again, cause the widespread fear and the gangs to come back and take over, and later on it will be more costly to us with all the crime that is going to be happening again if we do have any of these cuts. So, I mean, really, it only, in any medical emergency, 5 minutes till you're brain dead, and minutes until you bleed to death, and that's what's going to start happening again if we have any other cuts.
Thank you. Jasmine, followed by Rita, followed by Carmen Marquez.
Good day. My name is Jasmine Chopra. I come to you from Peace Over Violence, where I work directly with survivors of sexual abuse. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran, where I experienced sexual abuse in the military. I appreciate your commitment to reducing the DNA backlog. I only ask that you honor that commitment and honor the survivors by keeping that commitment. I also ask that you support AB 1017, which will eliminate the word elect from the law and will require that police agencies notify victims if their rape kit is not tested within 6 months. Please continue your commitment. Please reduce the backlog. Thank you.
Rita Chavez and Carmen Marquez, followed by Gladys Pinto Munoz.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rita Chavez, and I am coming from the community of Boyle Heights and Dolores Mission. And I want to let you know that in the year 2000, we had over 23 homicides. And since then, we in our community have had only around 8. And that is because we work together and we work for peace in our community, and we don't want to see any of our kids die on our streets. So I really please implore that you don't freeze any of the police officers hiring or the police officers that come to our communities. We need them, and we have to have the safety for all of our children, our families, and our community.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Carmen Marquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Marquez.
Y estoy acá para apoyar la proposición de no congelar el presupuesto para los policías y los bomberos.
And I'm here asking or letting you know that I'm supporting the not freezing the hiring of more police officers and firemen.
Estoy acá hablando por mí y mi comunidad, que es Boyle Heights y Dolores Mission, o Misión Dolores.
I'm here speaking on behalf of my community and also Boyle Heights and also the Dolores Mission.
Nuestra comunidad está plagada de pandillas, como todos ustedes saben. Yo estoy coordinando en este momento un programa que se llama Camino Seguro para los Niños. Y este programa es para ayudar a nuestros niños a que no sean abusados por pandilleros en las calles y que los vayan a reclutar para ser miembros de las pandillas.
As many of you already know, our community is plagued by gangs. Currently, I'm coordinating a program called Safety Route to School, o Seguro Camino a la Escuela. Camino Seguro? Safe Passage for Children. This is for the children to prevent them from being abused by gang members and also to prevent our children from being targeted to be recruited into the gangs.
Somos más de 53 voluntarios trabajando en el programa en la mañana de las 7 de la mañana a las 7:45 y de las 2:45 a las 4 de la tarde para que nuestros niños regresen a casa y vengan a casa seguros.
It's a group of us parents, about 53 or more volunteers. We work on our free time every morning from 7 a.m. to 7:45 and also 2:45 p.m. to 4 to make sure that the kids come to school and get home safely.
Le doy las gracias a concejal Huizar y al alcalde Villarraigosa por el soporte que le ha brindado a la comunidad y también gracias a la señora Crew por haber dado un sí a no congelar el presupuesto. Pienso que esto no se trata más de dinero, sino de seguridad y vigilancia. Si no tenemos policías, no necesitamos tener muertes para tener policías. Necesitamos tener policías para no tener violencia.
I would like to thank Councilman Whistler and the Mayor Villarraigosa for their support to the community. Also, thank you, Councilman Gruel, for voting yes on not freezing the hiring of more police officers. We need more money for safety and patrols. We don't need dead bodies in order to get police officers. We need police officers so that we will not have more dead bodies on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Gladys Pinto Munoz, followed by Matt Dowd, followed by Mark Hurd.
Yeah, good morning. I'm not Gladys, but I think she took my spot a little earlier. My name is Art Camarillo, and I'm with the Glassell Park Neighborhood Council. I'm here again, just like everybody else. I urge the council to support the police hiring. And Mr. Rosenthal said, where's the money? All I know is that I looked at my water and power bill on Tuesday, and they were still taking $98 for that project. So I hope that if you have problem funding other projects, you find other funds, but we need to have the police hiring. I understand the Northeast sometimes they short patrol cars on the field, so I urge you to support the police hiring the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dowd, followed by Mark Hurd, followed by Teresa, I think it is Marquez.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I couldn't agree more about hiring police, keeping police, getting gangs off the street. But we've been here for 2 years talking about that. It's too late. All these people, it's too late. See, the city had a debit card originally, and now it's a credit card, and it's showing $7 billion in the red. The mayor wrote to the city council, and he said there's a $500 million budget deficit this year and probably $1 billion next year. But see, these people are all here saying, oh, don't stop hiring police. But we have to pay all the police and fire who already worked for the city and did all the good work, and they put their pension money in this fund. And all their money's gone. So we have to pay those people because the city of Los Angeles guarantees the fire and police pension fund. So forget about hiring any more police. Here's what you had to do. When the elections came up, you should have voted all these people out, because they're the ones who lost all the money. I'm not controlling it. I would have doubled the money. I'm running for city council next time. Because we were right. Incredibly right. We talked about Jack Weiss not being here, losing. He was up running business with these people who lost all the money. We talked about tripling the trash collection fees with Greg Smith. so we could hire police, but boy, what a waste of time that is, because we're $7 billion. The mayor of Los Angeles is a failure. It's published fact. It's all over the blogs. Go back 2 years. The guy in the neighborhood council shirt, Greg Smith, he's like, oh, let's save like $20 on a shirt. He's the guy who told you how to save the money. Get out of the markets. But the mayor, Jack Weiss, Weatherly Capital, took all the fire and police money, invested it in Grand Avenue and all this other bogus crap.
Thank you very much, Mark. Mr. Dowd? That is... and we are not going to warn you anymore. We warn you every single time that you are here. Mr. Hurd. Would you ask Mr. Dowd to please leave the room? Thank you.
I always get the tough act to follow. Thank you, Councilmember Gruhl. I forgot to thank another council member this morning, Janice Hahn. You have done such a wonderful job, and your energy and enthusiasm.
Excuse me,
and dedication to public.
Can we hold this time just for a second? If the speaker could direct his comments to the council as a whole, whether it's praise or criticism of the council members.
Thank you for your hard work and dedication to the financial state of our city. You really are. You're like you wake me up like a cup of coffee in the morning, and your energy and enthusiasm, I love that, and it's terrific. Now, regarding the police, please don't cut. Benjamin Franklin once said, I believe in extreme moderation, and anybody who doesn't should be castrated. That's Ben Franklin. I'm a big fan of his. Please don't cut the police. We have brought this city to such a terrific level. Chief Bratton has done a terrific job. Our neighborhoods, I really do feel safer now than I did years ago. And please, let's don't ruin that. So I want to echo the thoughts of all those wonderful people who came out today and voiced their sentiments on that. Also, I want to support the neighborhood council system. Please don't cut the neighborhood council system budgets. I know you've got to cut somewhere, and I echo Bill Rosendahl when he said, show me the money. It's a tough situation we're all in here, and I understand that. But remember, moderation moving forward. And lastly, I want to say thank you, and this is budget related, to Deanna Stevenson of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. She found us a place that doesn't cost us a dime to hold our Westwood Neighborhood Council formation meetings at the Westwood Rec Center. We have an indoor swimming pool, public parking, a place to protest at Veteran and Wilshire. We have volleyball courts, basketball courts, and it doesn't cost us a dime. Let her be an example to the city of Los Angeles of how you can get something done and not spend a penny, and that way not cutting jobs. And I also want to echo my sentiments for the teachers that are out there this morning on the protest line. God bless them all. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Marquez, followed by Monsignor John Moreta, followed by Miguel Alfaro.
My name is Teresa Marquez, and I'm from Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council. Boyle Heights Stakeholders Association. I'm also a California delegate for the Central Committee. And one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about is our police officers have given us the freedom by reduction of crime in Boyle Heights. It was a place where we couldn't go to the store after 6 o'clock. We couldn't walk our dogs. Now there's a difference. We have the freedom to do so. Don't take that away from us. The other thing is, by reducing policemen, you're not only putting us in danger, you're putting our policemen in danger. And we just can't have that, please. The other thing is, show me the money. Oh, he's not here. Okay. I have my property tax bill in my purse if you want to see it. And it has doubled, believe it or not, but not because of real estate taxes, but because of all the fees, the city, including the trash. That's the money, and you have it already. So I would ask for a refund if you're not going to support no. And Mr. Smith, you're nodding your head. Can you tell me why?
Mention the property tax bill. The property tax bill has no fees from the city on it. Property tax bill has all the bonded indebtedness, which was voted on by the voters, not by the city council.
My trash bill
That's
is
on your water and power bill. You said your property tax bill, so I want to say that.
I said the property taxes
Yes.
have not been raised, but all the fees, the city fees, the trash collections have been raised, which has doubled my property tax bill. The bill.
The bill is not, okay, you're confusing apples and oranges. We've clarified that. That's not your property tax bill, that's your water and power bill. Has nothing to do, they're separate. They're totally separate. So I just want to clarify that. As far as the increase, there has been increases on your water and power bill for municipal services like picking up your trash, which every other city charges.
Mr. Smith, for that lesson. But my property taxes have been doubled, and I could prove that. And in regards to the trash collection, we have already paid that. It's already being collected. So I want a refund if you're going to take it away. That was raised for more policemen. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. We did stop your time when he questioned this, but thank you very much.
Do a discussion.
Thank you. We did save your time during that period of which he engaged with you. Monsignor?
Madam President, I'm Monsignor John Moretta from Resurrection Church for 26 years in Boyle Heights. I'm very aware that the proposal to freeze the hiring of the police officers is a very, very, very serious one and very difficult decision. But I believe it really is not the right decision. In fact, we need many more, thousands of more police officers. We should not be lulled, I think, into an area of safety, thinking that we're safe now because the crime rates have gone down. I would hope that the council would make some adjustments, some alternative cuts to do that. I think that Councilman Rosendahl, I think, is on the right track. In the movie, Councilman Rosendahl, in the movie, Tom Cruise and Cuba Gooding, when they were discussing Show Me the Money, as I believe, when they asked and demanded the money, Cuba did get his money. And maybe you're on the right track, sir. Maybe you have to demand where that money is, but maybe looking at the COLA increase, maybe those things, that they should all be at the table. But I think the first thing that a city council does is to protect and defend the people. And I think that's a primary obligation. But keep looking for that money. I think you're going to find it, sir. God bless you.
Miguel Alfaro, followed by Walter Bechtel, followed by Margarita Amador.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, council members. My name is Miguel Alfaro, and I'm from the Resurrection Church neighborhood. And I'm here to ask you to please not to freeze the hiring for police officers, because that is affecting me personally, because my son is in the process and will be in the process of becoming an LAPD. And if you're asking where's the Show Me the Money, I would like to ask you the same thing. Show me the money, because I'm personally affected by the economy. I know the economy is very hard. I've been laid off since last September with many, many problems, but that is not comparable to losing more police officers in our streets. Have you asked yourselves how many years did it take for the police department to gain the confidence and the trust of our residents in the Boyle Heights area? It took many years for them for us to trust the police and to work with them. It has taken many years to be able to work with them and trust them that they're going to help us, and they have. Crime rate is very low to a minimum. We feel very, very safe out there on the streets. We can send our kids to school and have the confidence that they're going to come back walking a mile distance, 2 mile distance without any problems. And if you freeze the hiring of police officers and lay off or force some police officers to retire, that is going to affect the whole community. Because as I see it, the gang members will see it. They don't see police officers out there. They're going to say, hey, let's go get the money from anybody, right? So please, I would like for you to consider all these different facts, and please vote in the right direction. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Bechtel, followed by Margarita Amador, and then we'll go out to our last public speaker card in Van Nuys.
Thank you. I wanted to say something about this item is about the budget for 2009, 2010. I think that the main problem isn't whether or not you should cut police officers or anything. The main problem is how and who is in back of budgeting the situation to begin with. I used to play a game online called SimCity 2000, and in one scenario you would have to put pumps on top of pipes to see if you can get the water to go over a hill. And I remember one time I put 6 or 7 pumps on the pipe, and it still wouldn't make the water go over the hill. And I realized that the problem wasn't how many pumps were necessary, it was something down in the flat that I wasn't doing correctly. And I think that's the same problem that you have here with your budget crisis. It isn't the amount of something that you need more of, it's more of a managerial skill problem, somebody that you've hired in the budget and finance area that claims that there is a problem and is saying that we have some crises when he knows there are no crises, or he just simply isn't qualified. He or she just isn't qualified. And I think if you look more to those people, you'll be able to solve your budget problem. Because this is unprecedented, and I've never heard of this before, and it just seems to be more of a managerial kind of a problem as opposed to an actual financial crisis.
Margarita Amador.
Good morning. My name is Margarita Amador, and I'm with the Hollenbeck Community Police Advisory Board, and I'm also here representing the Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council. I'm the secretary, and I'm here just to plead with you to reconsider your proposition to freeze our police department. I was raised in Aliso Pico, one of the roughest neighborhoods, and I'll tell you, it was horrible to see people get killed and not have enough police out there when we were young. Now I have my children, which are able to be safe in our parks, and this decision to freeze and have less officers is really going to impact not just the budget, but the community as a whole, because it will have a ripple effect on all our programs, parks, after-school programs, and it's going to send a message to all those gang members that there's less officers out there, so there's the possibilities of doing more crime are going to happen. I'll tell you, it's just a horrible thing to be able to think that we're going to go back to when I was young, and it's just it's heartbreaking to know that that's even possible. So please, consider our children, because they are the future, and these gang members are out, trying to recruit every one of them if they could. And I think the presence of the police department having a relationship with the community, which we have now, is very crucial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go out to the San Fernando Valley. Miriam Fogler.
Good morning, folks. I've been coming here 25 years, Zuma, and I've been warning the city about this upcoming crises. And, of course, I never thought that they would ever it's a chutzpah to take the pensions away from the police and fire department and the lacers, the civilians who work here at Hyperion plant preventing any sewage from going into the Santa Monica Bay and Venice Beach. You people overlook the fact that there are people picking up your trash and that are working at Hyperion right now preventing sewage backing up into your toilets. So think about the furloughs and the layoffs that you want to potentially devastate the city with hepatitis. That's a very devastating thing. If you're so afraid of the swine flu coming, wait till hepatitis hits us. If they start putting furloughs on people working at the plant like my husband is, how dare they say that? And he's entitled to early retirement program plan the way the union wants it. You folks are ripping off the people left and right, and I warned you people about the redevelopment agency, that they've been taking the money out of here. That's why you don't have your police services and your fire. In Boyle Heights, that's why you don't have your police. You are all those CRA projects in Los Angeles, and they just renewing them now down here in North Hollywood, the Laurel Canyon project, the Fifth Amendment. They're spending money on buildings, folks, and you don't have money for police, no money for fire, and no money to pay for our civilians or libraries. And they want to shut down the sanitation department, take care of your sewage, so that the federal government will have to step in and fine you people for doing such a terrible thing. You bunch of, in my opinion, the federal government should come in here and arrest all of you, including Mayor and Delgado, the city attorney, sanctioning what we say here at the podium and censoring us. And I'll tell you right now, Trent Tonich is the best guy for city attorney.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment period. Mr. Parks, if you could just outline what we're going to do today and what we're going to do on Monday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. First thing I'd like to ask is that we close the public comment today, but open it on Monday, about 1 minute, as we've done with Budget and Finance, so that we can get through the day. The other thing I'd like to just outline is that a couple of things, and before I get into this year's budget, I think we need to clarify, because we've heard so many comments that may misrepresent what the council has done in the last several years. First of all, in dealing with public safety, this council adopted a motion, I believe 2 years ago, that Ms. Grew put together that said public safety was our highest priority. This council has dedicated over 70% of its budget in public safety over the last several years. So we have fulfilled that commitment. Our policy did not have a number of positions to achieve. It merely gave it as the highest priority. The other issue I think is important to realize that the budget that the council committee received from the mayor actually included over $100 million in cuts of the LAPD. $100 million of cuts, 10% of the budget for sworn and civilian. What the CLA has proposed is much reduced to that, and the issue is, the main issue is stop hiring as opposed to cutting. And so I think that's another issue that needs to be addressed. The one thing I think also that we have to be aware of is that when you look at the budget, it's going to be somewhat different than what you've seen in the past. Departments, those 38 to 40 departments other than police, fire, they have suffered somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 30% cuts. They took a cut by all vacant positions were taken from them. They then had a 3 to 5% salary savings that was taken out of their fund, and then they were given a 10% shared responsibility that had no funding attached to it. And so these are the things that we were confronted with, and that's the $200+ million that is in deficit. I think what's important for us also to continue to explain to the public about trash fees. We did it during that budget about 15 times, that you can raise the trash fees. They were not, and it would be illegal for us to dedicate them for police hiring. They were to increase the general fund because we were subsidizing single-family homes over $200 million for trash pickup. Those funds went into the budget, and we spent them on a variety of things, including police. And up until that time, when we created the trash fee, we had something called the trash equipment fee that we only charged the public for equipment picking up the trash. We transitioned after a 2-year review into trash fees, but it went into the general fund and paid for a number of things. Many of you remember the controller actually did an audit that reflected that the money was spent appropriately and that you could not legally earmark it. I think what's important for us as we get ready for the budget on Monday is that many people have shown up, and we listened to many of them over the last several weeks, and we'll hear some more next week. Everybody has a view of what they want. The problem is for us is we have to create a budget as to where it fits with the economics, the future, and the financial stability of the city, and as it relates to how we will propose a budget going forward. We should be aware also that the budget has to be considered for a 2-year period, because whatever we do in the last 8 weeks of this year, fiscal year, what we do next year will impact 10-11 severely if we make wrong decisions. As we move towards Monday, Just so you're aware that we will have, before the council session, and at 10 o'clock, we'll go into executive session to give everyone on the council personnel information that deals with issues that will be relevant as it relates to your discussion during the budget. Then we'll come into open session and start the process. The other issue is we want to maintain the policy that we've had the last several years, that if we're making technical changes to the budget, we certainly can address them during that period, but if we're changing the budget dramatically as far as financial issues, then that person that is making that recommendation has to find the revenue for that and get an approval from the council to make such changes. All motions also will go to committee, as opposed to trying to rebudget on that given date. The one thing we'd like to bring your attention that may be a helpful hint to every member, we've given you a chart that at your desk that lists all the memo questions that were asked during the budget session. I believe there's over 154 of them. They're identified by departments, so you can go directly to those several memos and see the questions asked about those departments. They're on the City CAO webpage. You go directly to them if you don't have access to them. And also on the right-hand side are all the memos that deal with the P3, which is going to be discussed on Monday. So it gives you a full array of things that you can have a handy hint to know where the memos are, what the questions are that are identified as to the Budget Committee. Many of these issues and notices and memos that came to us during the hearing have been sent to committee, and so the Policy Committee will be dealing with a number of those. But that is an important document, and anyone that does not have their hard copy of memos should go over the CAO website and retrieve them. The other thing I think is important to know that this budget that you received today, item 1, does not include any of the negotiations or considerations that are going on about concessions or early retirement or issues such as that. It is a budget based solely on the revenue that's there versus what the allocations are. There also, what is not in this report, which you'll have Monday, is the 2 minority reports that deal with the hiring of police and the hiring of fire. As you know, there was a 3-2 vote on each one of those, one of which for fire was to go forward on hiring, one of which on police was to stop hiring. So those 2 reports will be in your hands on Monday, so that you will be able to address, see what the committee address. Madam Chair, I just ask one favor. If we can come in Monday on casual dress, because we'll be here all day.
Yes, and when you asked me that, I said that would be fabulous.
Yeah.
So I think we could include city staff as well if they would like.
Yes.
Not just council members. Oh, I made big points there, didn't I? You made a point, and then I got to add to that. So.
But the thing is, I want to make sure that we clarify, Tony, no, you can't come in with 10% less.
That's right.
But the
yes,
issue is
all
that
staff.
we'll be here all day, and it will probably be a better working environment. So if we could do that. The other thing I mentioned on the public comment will go forward. I'd like to make also, just as an overview so that you understand how the day will be set up, before we get into the actual report that you have, we're going to ask the CAO to give us an overview of the revenue situation in the city. We're going to ask the CAO to give us a cash flow and trans update for the city. We're going to ask for the CLA to give us conditions of the federal and state and local economy and what we may be impacted by the May revise, plus the election on the following day. We'll also have a report from the CAO about debt and where the city is as far as its debt. And then we'll have a presentation done by Police, Fire, and Lacers to give us an overview of the current status of our pensions and then what the future bears. And so that will start off before we even get into the report itself. The executive session and this overview will give you the context of the budget. Madam Chair, I'd like to make several recommendations so that we can have things agendized properly. In our report, if we can ask the city clerk, the clerk to, separate the item number 6 that's in the report, page 3, attachment 1. We'd like that agendized separately so that we can deal with 2 items separately on Monday. The one item is adopting a resolution to declare a fiscal emergency in order to implement furloughs. The second item is adopting an ordinance on the urgency basis to amend the administrative code to allow for the adoption of involuntary reduced work schedules. So those two items we ask to be separate so we can discuss them and vote on them separately. Also, we'd like to, the city attorney will be transmitting both of these documents to the clerk's office. We'd like to add to the agenda for Monday authorization that the city attorney hire outside counsel to defend the city of all furlough-related litigation. This report will be submitted by the city attorney and transmitted to council on Monday. We'd also ask that the city clerk agendize these items separately on Monday, May 18th, on our special council agenda. Also, we'd like to assure two additional items are agendized separately on Monday. We have a motion by Ms. Hahn and myself dealing with the proposed P3 transaction, and that's under Council File 09-0728-S2. Should be agendized separately, so we can discuss that. Also, we'd like to agendize one item on closed session, which is the staff report back in response to recommendation number 91 in the Budget and Finance Committee report, page 20 of the attachment 1, regarding the possible cash buyout incentive program. So if we could have all of that added so we can agendize it appropriately. And again, with the agenda that's set, we'll be here for a full day to go through it. And we just ask that the members take the time to read the memos. It may save a lot of questions. Also, the issue of the motions, again, as we've done the last several years, we'll go into committee. But technical motions that might change something, we certainly can deal with them that day. But financial motions, unless there's funds attached to it that we all agree on, they go to committee so that we bring them back. And our promise is always to get those motions done as quickly as possible. And the other part that you should pay attention to on the committee report is that items that are revenue producing, such as ordinances, we're going to try to get all of those done before July 1st so that we get a full year of revenue. And so those are things that would be important. And you'll see the last 2 pages of the report are some report backs that have not been completed, but they're long-term. And so that's something that, as far as a brief synopsis of what will take us several hours to deal with on Monday.
And Mr. Park, are you going to include, there were a couple CAO memos that were for informational only, but talked about pensions and future. Could we distribute those as well prior to Monday? There were, again, a few CAO memos as well. And we should be having the special events ordinance on Monday as part of the budget, or will that be a separate item as well?
That we have, the special events, is that coming? Okay, we've not seen that. We'll have to find out on that. We were trying to get that done.
It's in the yes, it's in the report. So if the ordinance is available, I think we should be able
Special events will
to.
be approved now. The ordinance is here. The policy has been approved, but the ordinance will be a part of the budget.
Okay, Ms. Hahn, Ms. Hahn,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Labange.
Madam President, and again, such a good job by the Budget and Finance Committee. I know you guys have just worked so many long hours, and we're going to try to tackle it, obviously, on Monday. I just wanted to say that to the neighborhood councils, that Councilmember Alarcon is really working hard in Education and Neighborhoods Committee. We met this morning. We're also going to be meeting Monday morning early before we come to council, working with the city clerk's office to identify more funds that we can take out of the city clerk's budget for running the elections, and try to kind of partner more with the neighborhood councils and having volunteers do some of that work. So Richard is doing a really good job drilling down on the city clerk's budget as it relates to neighborhood council, specifically elections. So hopefully by Monday morning, we'll come to the council and have identified more funds that we believe we can put back into the neighborhood council budget.
I think as we did in the budget committee, it went to, they started out at 4.5, we went down to 2.4, I think, and asked them to identify the additional funds. So, great job, everyone.
One other thing
Yes.
is we also would like to direct all motions that are prepared for the budget go to the CLA during the budget process.
Mr. Labange?
Thank you, Mr. Parks, and thank you to the committee. I just want to ask a question. There's a lot of uncertainty for employees, and there's probably some information that is not always there. I don't know if we could direct the CAO or whomever to work with ITA that on the 311 system, if someone did call the 311 system, to get a clear synopsis of what is going on. You spoke of some programs, whether it's furloughs, full explanation. You spoke of changing of hours and some of these things. Members of the council, I think there's a great uncertainty amongst our workforce that we should get this information directly out some way. And I don't know if it's a 311 system or some other system. And if I'm wrong, if I'm not seeing it right, well, please tell me, because I don't know of any time in my past, and it's been a long past, that there has been such a challenge to our workforce. And additionally, and Ray, what I asked if there was a 311 message, that if our call center, if a city employee could call 311 to get what actually we are deliberating on in some form or fashion, so they would be informed what our message is, that could be considered. And then the other thing I did want to ask for a brief report from the county-wide level and Southern California level of the employment status. I know we're challenged with the number of layoffs, but I would like to have a clear view of what has challenged the private industry, maybe what has challenged state government, county government, and the school district in a brief form to have that view as we deliberate everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you, Madam President. Just first, I want to say that hats off to Bernard Parks. You know, I've been on the Budget Committee for 3.5, 4 years, and your detailed follow-through is greatly appreciated as we try to figure out what we're doing. So your leadership has been phenomenal. Secondly, I want to point out that Mr. Labange's position, which is the same as mine, many city workers have come up to me and wondering what's going to happen. And I urge the mayor, in responding to us for today, to have more clarity on that. And I also urge the mayor to come up with ways in which we can go forward with some of the other projects. And I urge the mayor to have more clarity on the unions and their relationship to this process at this point. I obviously want to know where we're going to go from the mayor's perspective. So, you know, we want it all on the table. We want all our options. Obviously, show me the money is the key play for everything we do. And if we can be shown the money, obviously we should be doing a lot of things. Everybody who spoke this morning made sense to me. I'm thrilled about the Neighborhood Council, Ms. Gruhl, your leadership, and other members of the committee, and Mr. Alarcon especially for tackling it again this morning. The Neighborhood Councils have been an incredible grassroots expression of the democracy, and I applaud everybody's appreciation of the Neighborhood Council. But I just hope on Monday we have clarity that we did not have as a Budget Committee the other night when we were making our final decisions on a lot of these issues, so that all of us will come from a position of facts and information so that we can, with the responsibility we have as policymakers, to make the decisions that are in the best interest of the city. Thank you.
Mr. Weiser.
Thank you. I just want to make clear again that there are some numbers of layoffs and furloughs in the proposed budget from the committee, but then again, that may change by the time July 1st comes around if, in fact, our negotiation team comes up with a different plan with the unions. So there's still some possibility that come July 1st, when the budget actually is implemented, there may be some changes pending an outcome of any negotiations. Looking at the number of layoffs in the current budget as it exists, the number of furloughs, it's extreme. And so I do hope that the negotiations teams, along with the unions, come up with something that all sides could agree with and something that will reduce the number of layoffs that we have on there.
Mr. Reyes.
I can emphasize how important it is to have a level of predictability when we talk about how the financial world is going to look at this city. We look at our bond ratings, look at how it impacts our proposals, our budget. So this issue of what is the status with the unions is very critical, because it impacts and actually articulates what level of risk those who invest in the city so that we can make our payroll, what is being weighed, how it's going to impact. So that union issue is a very critical one. So can we wait till July? Can we wait till June? I don't know. I'm not a bond expert. I'm not involved in the financial world that deep. But I do know those are variables that are very real. And this is a trans note that we absolutely need to make our payroll in the next few months. So again, that clarity has to be very well defined so that we can have a sense of comfort of what our decisions really mean 3 or 4 months from these next few weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. And Mr. Parks, you're our final speaker. One thing I do remember, we're not sure we actually see the ordinance for special events in here, so if we could just add that as an agenda item, just in case, as we look forward to, then there won't be any mistakes.
We'll add that as a separate item.
Okay.
Because that has to deal with a number of things like implementing part of the budget that we put forth. Let me just ask in closing, and I think I'd just like to add a little bit to what Mr. Rezar says. This budget is based on what we know today. If we have money come in that we're unexpected, if we have changes, it is far easier to roll back some of the recommendations that are in here than going through the fiscal year and having to implement harsher recommendations. As you know, and we've said it over and over, that the farther you get into the fiscal year with the fiscal impact, the more harsh it gets because you have a shorter period to recover the funds. I would just like to add one thing I forgot on asking the CAO also to give us in that preamble or overview is our bond status, that we can also include that as part of the presentation. And so I would say that those things I think pretty well cover the issues that we think are relevant, and also that we're prepared to spend the full day and get this resolved. And there's going to be some very tough issues in making decisions, because for the first time in many people's memory, our general fund dollars are closer to $4 billion than they are to $5 billion. And so that's the kind of revenue we've lost, yet the programs have not diminished in importance. But when you look at some of those departments, realize from what you're used to expecting from them, many of them are 25 to 30% cuts in people, which means cuts in services. So that's going to be the overview as we move forward, and is setting the priorities with the money we have. As promised monies come in, or new monies come in, we can always make that adjustment.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I also would like to know on Monday, and I hope that the proper staff will be able to talk to us about the process of negotiating with the Coalition of City Unions and how that was conducted. Now, it's my understanding that in the past, and pursuant to the charter, our CAO is the lead negotiator on behalf of the city's interest in negotiating with all of the city unions. And I would like to know the process that has ensued that led us to have negotiations within a process that I believe is mandated by the charter, and parallel or separate and distinct process that is outside of a process that has been mandated with the charter, and how that is reconciled with the EERC and the Budget and Finance Committee, so that I think not only do we understand as council members what has been done on the public record and has been documented versus what has taken place on a parallel track, so that ultimately when we do vote, we understand the results of negotiations and from whence they have come. So I hope that staff will be prepared to dissect that for us, so that we can understand the genesis of those negotiations and the results, and which process has been done inside of, pursuant to the EERC process, and which process has resulted in something, outcomes that may be separate or distinct from that.
Ms. Perry, that will be a part of the executive session before we get started.
Thank you.
So those things should all be clarified before we come to the chambers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
Being that we had so many people come forth and address to the council some of their concerns about what kind of services, especially when it comes to law enforcement, they would like to see continue, or what level they'd like to see continue. I just wanted to point out that unless I missed something, I don't remember any one of those speakers actually reminding us that we also have to balance the budget. And I don't think that most of the public understands that cities and counties can actually file bankruptcy, and that the decisions we make last year, this year, and next year could lead to fiscal insolvency, which means that the city of Los Angeles could find itself in the future insolvent, which means that we could actually be a city that is bankrupt. I just want to remind all the speakers that please keep that in mind when you're asking us to do something that is a big, big, big part of the budget. And one of the things that I want to make sure, Councilmember Parks, that we get a full, robust public discussion about is this issue of the retirement accounts and how that affects the general fund, whereas the general fund actually pays for the police officers, pays for the librarians, pays for the workers of the city within all the departments, and yet at the same time how this retirement situation is actually causing us to spend as much as upwards of $500 million just this year alone that normally would go to street sweeping and paying salaries, actually had to go just to the retirement account. So I think it's important for the public to know that discussion so that they can feel better about what they tell us when they do tell us what they want us to do. In addition to that, I want to warn the public as well. When you see us on Monday, some of the issues such as negotiations, getting report backs on negotiations with the unions or what have you, may cause us to have to go in the back room here in a closed session with our lawyers. I don't want anybody to think that we're hiding anything. Look into it yourself if you have to. Don't believe us. But we do have the responsibility and authority to go into closed session to speak about certain things because we have to do that for legal purposes. So I just want to remind you about that because every time lately we've been going into closed session, we get a lot of people getting mad at us and yelling at the microphone trying to say that we're hiding something. Well, for legal purposes, certain things we have to go into closed session about, and that's part of our responsibility. If you still want to scream and yell at us or accuse us of hiding something, that's up to you. But I just want to let you know we only do it within the law, and we only do it because we have to.
Mr. Cardenas, the presentation made by Sally Choi and Mike Perez will cover all those issues on the pension, plus there's a memo that's attached to the CAO that gives an outline of some of the real critical issues about the pensions.
Madam President, I'd like a point of clarification. I'm sorry, what I meant to get at beyond what you just clarified is I want to make sure that whoever makes the presentation is ready, willing, and able to answer detailed questions before the public and before the policy-making body about those impacts.
Oh, yes.
Not just tell us something and then not be ready to explain the details of what they mean or how it impacts us.
The two of them are very prepared and ready to go, and they've been preparing for a little while. But also take time, look at that memo. It's towards the very end, like 150 or 151, that gives you a little basis of where the pensions are.
And those are the CAO members you and I, we just spoke about that we want to make sure that everyone has copies of. Ms. Perry?
Yes, one more point that I just like to make, and Mr. Parks, I'm sure that we will have staff here, but the beauty of us being able to have laptops while we're in session is to be able to look online for questions that we may have. And I am asking, and I'm sure the CAO will be here to explain to us and to the public what Fitch ratings means and what it means for us as a city to be on negative bond watch, so that the people watching, the people in the audience, can understand the ramifications of that and what are the elements, the steps that take a city either away from bankruptcy or towards bankruptcy. And I just hope that people who are listening can take a look at it's FitchRatings.com and take a look and see for themselves so they can be informed too. So hopefully we can talk about that.
That was the one I forgot we added just a minute ago, is the bond ratings.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
There's going to be one more question in my mind. I mean, I've done my shout out to the mayor and to his process. The one issue that we're not going to be able colleagues to deal with on Monday is the state election on Tuesday with those propositions. So one of the big questions I want the COA to answer on Monday, because this is a real moment, how much money will we not get if the voters vote it down? And we might have to revisit our action on Wednesday next week, because it could be a different dynamic that we don't have on Monday. So timing is everything in this world. I would suggest that when we meet Monday, we have in the back of our mind that the 19th, we might be in a different spot, and we might have to, Mr. Chair, reconvene on that Wednesday and look at what the new day is, if in fact that new day, the voters say no, and it then again impacts our budget.
Mr. Rosendahl, as you know from last year, we'll be meeting very routinely on the budget, because even after we approve it, we'll be having budget meetings to alter it, change it as things come back. In fact, new revenues or different revenues, things that we weren't aware, lost revenue. We're still, and Jerry may have some information now as to the May revise, and because they were contemplating $68 million being taken. The governor's letter certainly could provide direction, and if the elections go as people project, the $68 million can continue to rise.
How's the
Thank you. You want to respond, Mr. Miller?
All right. Yeah, the governor did release his May revise yesterday under two scenarios. One, if the propositions pass, and one if they don't. And if the propositions don't pass, his proposal is to borrow $2 billion statewide in local property tax. And the impact on the city would be about $68 million. So we definitely need to keep that in mind. That, of course, is a proposal, and it would have to go through the legislature. But he did make it clear that he would propose that if the measures fail.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, yes, Mr. Zine, you want to speak before we start for Monday?
Just some clarification. The governor's having a conference that my office is listening to. What I've been informed is that the governor projects a $15+ billion deficit should the propositions pass. If they fail, a $21 billion deficit if it fails. Either way, it's either 15 or 21. So if the measure 1A passes, it's 15 billion. If it doesn't pass, it's 21 billion. But either way, there's going to be a deficit, and it talks about hitting the local jurisdictions for a few $1 billion.
Well, we'll confirm this and the exact amount for Monday, but his May revise did not include local borrowing if 1A passes. It does include the borrowing of the property tax if it does not.
Correct. Okay. So everything that's already been done by the Budget and Finance Committee for the last 2 weeks, I believe, may have to be redone with the new numbers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we need to continue this item, or how do we do that, Madam Clerk? So we continue to Monday morning, and with all of the presentations and items we discussed earlier. And casual dress, Ms. Sharon So is reminding me. Casual dress. Okay. Next item would be item number 2. It was called special by Ms. Hahn. Ms. Hahn, we also have cards on item 2. Can I go ahead and have the public comment? Oh, it's already had its hearing. I'm sorry. It did already have its hearing. Unless you want, there are 2, Clyde Williams and Arnold Sachs. We've already had a public hearing, but...
Oh, are there cards on?
Just those 2, Arnold Sachs and Clyde Williams.
Oh, okay.
Okay? All right, we'll give him 2 minutes, and then we'll go to you.
You'll give them...
Yes, Clyde Williams and Arnold Sachs on item number 2, and then we'll go to Ms. Hahn.
Item number 2. Animal Services fee. My name is Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Los Angeles. The Los Angeles Audubon, the National Audubon, the California Audubon are all concerned about cats. They kill birds. We're concerned about the abandonment of cats and feral cats. Look at the Animal Services records for cats and make the fees for cats more realistic. That is, look at the number of cats licensed, spayed, neutered, or breeder licenses. Look at the number of cats that are actually picked up compared to a reasonable estimate as to how many are out there. and look at the cost for holding a single cat for the days before they're put down, because cats and what they call bully dogs are seldom adopted by new people. Most animal services field staff do not want to even touch a cat. Controlling it and getting it back to the pound is a problem. They also know that the cost of that will be deducted from the animal services budget, and that affects them directly. Make the licensing and spaying, neutering free for cats. Increase the cost for dogs. I raised a lot of dogs, so I know what that means. But look at the records in animal services. And remember that each one of these feral cats, abandoned cats, will probably kill anywhere from 500 to 1,000 birds a year, times a lot of cats. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sachs?
Thank you. Fees and the definition of the usage. We heard earlier from Councilman Parks regarding the trash container fee increase and the usage of that. But when it was being bandied about in City Council and when it was being proposed, it was discussed as a use to increase, hire 1,000 police officers. That was where the focus was on.
Madam President, he's not discussing this item.
Excuse me, please hold my time. Mr. City Attorney, you're talking about fees for the animal control. My concerns are what the fees will be defined and used as. Makes perfectly good sense to me. We were told one set of fees were going to be used for this, and it was used for something else. Coming out today. What are these fees going to be used for, and how will we be promised that that's what their use will be? City Council actions? Oh, I would really float a boat on that.
Thank you. My public comments closed. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. Do we have somebody here from the Animal Services? Oh, hi. Colleagues, this apparently is our second reading, right, on this ordinance about the fees for spay and neutering. But I had several emails and phone calls to my office since we had our first vote last week about a particular section of this, which is under P, I guess. And this is the part where nonprofit groups, animal rescue groups can come to our shelters and we waive the fee for adoption. They take some of these dogs from our shelters, cats, and then they're able to find homes for them. And we waive the fee for that as long as they're a nonprofit organization. But they had some concerns about the idea that they weren't allowed to get any money for these animals if it in some way exceeded the amount that they spent keeping the animal, taking care of the animal, feeding the animal, and they were concerned about that. And they were also very concerned about this idea that we had the authority to audit some of these nonprofit rescue groups, kind of to make sure they weren't, quote, making money off of our animals. So they had some concerns. I also have some concerns about that, but you can totally convinced me today that this is the right way to go. I see these groups as partners with the City of Los Angeles. I see them as helping us get to our no-kill policy. They're taking the dogs from our shelter, they're taking care of them, feeding them, and then they're finding homes for them. They do sometimes ask for donations when they do these transactions. So gives me comfort, and all the people that call my office comfort that they can still charge donations for these animals. And what's this idea of us auditing these nonprofit organizations? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilwoman Linda Barth from Animal Services. First, let me say that that the paragraph you're talking about is part of a very large ordinance we've been working on with Council and with the City Attorney for some time. It's very important to the health of the department financially. But so is this paragraph here. And the issues that were raised and the changes that were made were ones that, in fact, absolutely sustain the ability of the department to develop programs by which we can waive all the fees except the actual cost of the spay-neuter surgery. That would be the one thing the rescues would still pay for.
Right.
But rescues that enter into partnership agreements with us absolutely will still be under the same program rules as exist now. This particular language that's written really just summarizes and codifies a program that already existed. They will still receive waivers for animals that we otherwise could not adopt because they've been there too long, they're sick, they're aggressive, and so forth. And they will still be able to get even other animals that maybe don't immediately qualify as being sick or badly hurt, as long as they're willing to wait another day or so and let the public have a chance to come and adopt that animal first. The two things that you're most concerned about, I think, is the issue of the selling.
Right.
And actually, the language that was clarified in this ordinance by the city attorney really makes it much more clear that, in fact, they can't sell them sort of in a commercial pet store basis, but they absolutely are going to be charging a cost recovery fee, and then it doesn't have to be an animal-to-animal fee. In other words, one dog, they may spend $1,000 medical expenses for an animal before they can adopt it to a new family. Another dog they get from us for free, they only spend $300. They may ask for a donation of $500 for both. So that in aggregate, and that's the magic of the additional words, in aggregate, the organization, we understand that they need to get some fees from adopters and donations to survive. The last section was the audit. And that, I think, was added at the suggestion of council that there needs to be a methodology, that the department, that the city needs to have some way of being able to go to those rescues, particularly if there's a pattern of abuse or some complaints or something. Not on sort of a every month basis. We don't have the resources to do that. But if there's a situation, then the city has to have a mechanism to go back and make sure that that aggregate rule is being conformed to.
Now, and who would be doing these audits?
I think that we would ask for help from the city controller's office for that expertise.
Yeah, I mean, I see that point. I just think in these kinds of economic crisis we're going to be going in, it's not my priority that we spend, city resources auditing some of these nonprofit rescue groups, which frankly, I think, again, help us get to our no-kill policy, take some of these animals that we can't adopt, that would be taking up shelter space, we would have to ultimately euthanize them. So I'm not really comfortable at this point, really saying that that's going to be a priority ever, that we would spend resources from the city controller's office auditing these, but you want to be able to have the mechanism to do that.
We want to be able to do it in the event that we perceive a need or a commission. And by the way, we did take the revised language back to our commission as council voted on the first reading, and they felt comfortable that it summarized the existing program, and they felt comfortable with this as needed tool.
I mean, I would be more comfortable, Richard, and I don't know if there's something that exists, but is there a way that this would come back to us, for the request for the audit or the reason for the audit and how much money it would cost to do the audit before they just went and did one? Okay, why don't we have a report back in 6 months from the department, just to kind of see how this is going. And I would say before you actually initiated an audit, Madam Controller, that in some way we would be asked whether or not we felt that was a good use of your resources.
And whether or not it was inconsistent with there was already an existing audit that the controller may be putting forward. And so I think that I think you would want to wait before anything moved forward, as you just indicated, and that's I don't know if that's an amendment to the ordinance or amendment to the report.
I think maybe we get a report back and we'll see how it's going before we do an amendment. Okay.
We feel very comfortable with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Members, first of all, let me thank the department and the city attorney for clarifying, Douglas Howe specifically, for providing language that really prevents a major problem before anything occurs. There have been some anecdotal incidences, but rather than even look at that, this is just sort of a good governance approach to the problem. Theoretically, under the old language, anybody could open up a nonprofit, get a legitimate certification, but then simply cream the animals they are selecting from the shelters to be those animals that have a higher value. And they could literally run what would otherwise be a profitable organization
under the auspices of a nonprofit and really create a negative image for the pet adoption program. The purpose here is to make the pet adoption folks stronger by making sure that unscrupulous entities will not enter into this field and disrupt that service. We absolutely rely on the pet adoption folks. They are our partners, and without them, the euthanization process would be accelerated and increased. So we are not doing this to be critical of them. We, in fact, believe they are our partners. The key elements were explained already, but the aggregate is not the aggregate of the cost for taking one animal. The aggregate means the aggregate of all the costs for that pet adoption service and the animals that they take from the city as a whole, which means that we can then calculate if they are profiting under the auspices of being a nonprofit. But really, this is cleanup language. I don't anticipate any audits next year. I won't be asking Wendy Gruhl to conduct any audits unless there's some very severe circumstances that are brought to our attention. And so I think it is appropriate for us to get a report back in 6 months, see how the program's going, and work with our partners in the pet adoption community to refine any other issues that may arise and bring back a more complete report. But this, I think, is going to avoid problems that we may have. And it also gives the public an additional day to select the animals, which is the old way we used to do it. I don't know why it changed, but this gives them an opportunity to select dogs right out of the shelters and even avoid having to go into the pet adoption services. But they provide a good service. They provide medical treatment that we cannot provide for these animals and many other things. So we want them to be they are a very critical part of our program, and we love them and we want them to do well, but we think that this will avoid a lot of problems in the future.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Good afternoon. Tell me, how many animals are we talking about that the nonprofits get in that first day? Hold my time.
That would get in the first day. Right now, there's an existing policy in the department that they would not be able to get a special discount on a healthy animal the first day.
Okay.
So that's the current in-house policy.
All right. How many nonprofits? I mean, what do? They get it. Explain the process with the nonprofit right now.
Okay, a rescue organization that meets the state rules and nonprofit and so forth signs a partnership agreement with us in which they agree to conform to certain rules. Most of the animals that they deal with are animals that what we call red listed or green listed. In other words, either they've been there too long, they're aggressive, so forth. We, as the department, have identified that we are going to have difficulty adopting them or might not be able to adopt them at all, say they have very high medical expenses. We make those available to the rescues at the lowest possible price, just the spay-neuter fee, so that those rescues can take the animal and invest the special care and volunteer efforts and so forth that might take weeks or months for an animal to be ready to move in with a family. And then that rescue organization finds a great family for that pet.
I see. And do we know, again, the stats of how many animals are in that category right now on an annual basis?
Last year, for example, they took about 6,000, 6,500, something like that, yes.
And do we do any follow-through on that and find out what happens to those animals?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we do. We provide a monthly spreadsheet to each rescue organization that lists the animals they took out the month before, and then they give us some information back. It adopted out, it passed away, it's still in foster care, and so forth, so that we can keep a running tracking of what their success rate has been.
Now, what stops Mr. Smith or Mr. Rosendahl walking into one of these shelters and saying, I'd like to be treated just like a not-for-profit, and I'll take an animal of whatever the story is, it's a cute dog or a cute cat, and I want it, and give them the same discount you'd give a not-for-profit?
Well, they have to be a member of the New Hope organization, so they have to go through an application process. They have to provide their articles of incorporation.
What if they're none of that? They're just Joe Schmo, Bill Rosendahl.
Joe Schmo.
Who wants to get an animal and wants to get one of those in that category. Why can't I get?
Oh, yes, absolutely you can. But there wouldn't be a discount.
Why wouldn't there be a discount? Pardon me?
The idea of the discount is, from our perspective, is that the program that we have deeply discounts those animals that have been in our shelter for a period
No,
of
I
time.
love all that. I love all that, but why couldn't I be eligible to get that discounted cat or dog?
I think that
Or rabbit or
from the
bird.
department's perspective, because we have a responsibility for that animal, that animal will get spayed or neutered and would go to a home. Sure. So if we sell the animal at regular price, then we've conveyed the animal to a new owner. With the rescue partners, they're actually organizations that are governed by the same law in the state of California that we are as a municipal shelter. In other words, they bear the same legal responsibility to make sure the animal's spayed and neutered before it's released and so on, as opposed to a private citizen that doesn't have that governance involved because they're not part of a recognized organization.
It's too confusing for me. I know we don't want to go at it all night, all afternoon, but would you report back on that? Because I think non-for-profit groups, just regular folks off the street, should be eligible for that discount too. And I want to understand in better form why they're not eligible for that discount, okay? I just don't understand, the process you're going through. Also, I do know anecdotally of people that get the first call from a shelter, about an animal of some sort, and they pick it up. I know people who have 20, 30 cats in their own complexes. We all know about these people who have all kinds of animals like that. Are they all just kind of a not-for-profit type in their own way, and they can get them? How do they get them?
They're paying full price.
They're paying full price? And what's the difference in full price versus this discounted price, percentage-wise?
Under the new fees, it'll be a flat $40 to rescues, and, for example, for a cat, it would be $76 for a member of the public at full fees, and it would be $40 for a rescue.
Oh, golly. Well, I look forward to your report back on that particular
Happy
point.
to.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. Alacone.
Thank you. I think that's a great question about Joe Schmo, but let's get a little bit more into it, because Joe Schmo is the person who's watching this on Channel 35 and wondering... No, okay. The average Joe or Jane. The average Joe or Jane is watching and they're wondering, well, why does this organization that actually can fundraise and stuff like that, why should they get a discount? But if I'm Joe or Jane and I want to adopt a cat or a dog, how come I don't get a discount? But please expand on the fact that, let me give you a scenario. If Joe or Jane walk into our facility, nice person, and they want to adopt a cat, and they go through the process and they pay the non-discount fee or what have you. And all of a sudden, a week later or what have you, for some reason, they get tired of the cat. And they open their door one day and they tell the cat, "Scoot, get out of here." How do we hold them accountable versus an organization? Does the organization have not only fiduciary but legal responsibilities not to tell the cat to scoot and just off it goes back into the nobody wants category? Isn't there a difference of
Yes,
responsibility?
absolutely. Yes. In addition, as I mentioned, because they actually are organized and recognized by the state of California, they have that same responsibility. They and as a matter of fact, take on even a heavier responsibility because they usually keep track of animals that have been adopted out to families for the rest of their lives. And if that animal gets lost, it's usually microchipped to both
They
the
take 'em
organization name. They will take that animal back. If the owner they adopted it to can't handle it anymore, they will take that animal back. That animal doesn't end up back in our custody.
So if Joe or Jane end up doing what I just described, and that animal ends up back in our custody, we really don't have the realistic mechanisms to go knock on Joe or Jane's door and say, "Excuse me, this cat is now yours, you better take him back." Because that's not a healthy situation anyway. We wouldn't want to put an animal in an unwanted home, but when it comes to an organization, if for some reason one of their animals is, now we chip them, right? If one of their animals ends up back in our care, we'll call the organization, and 99.9% of the time, that organization comes over, picks up that animal, and assumes responsibility.
That's correct.
Right.
We'll call the owner and the rescue organization, actually both. But in your example, there are times where owners say, "I just can't keep that animal anymore, that's why I let it go." In which case now we've got the animal back in our custody, we have to hold it for this certain number of days and so forth, and hope that it finds a new pet, a new family.
And the fact of the matter is, with all due respect, the average Jane or Joe may find themselves, as much as they love an animal, they may find out that, say, it has cancer a couple months later. And providing those services, those medical services for a dog or a cat with cancer, is thousands and thousands of dollars. Yet an organization, if they find themselves holding on to or having an animal with cancer, they have to figure out a way, and they do figure out a way how to handle that, rather than just coming back to the city of Los Angeles taxpayer and say, here, the taxpayer paid shelter, you pay for this animal now.
That's correct. It's one of the great advantages of rescues. And also, the new fees that are part of this ordinance, outside of this portion of it, are hugely discounted from what the city's average actual cost is for taking care of an animal.
So even Joe and Jane are getting a discount?
They're
It's just
getting
the
it
organizations are getting them a little bit more of a discount.
little bit extra.
But at the same time, at the end of the day, the end of the month, at the end of the year, with these organizations, no matter how you slice it, the taxpayer is benefiting from them partnering with us in this whole responsibility of reducing the kill rate, euthanization rate of dogs and
In
cats.
two ways, the ways you described, and also because many of the animals they take, not every single one, but many, many, many of them would otherwise be euthanized. And that is an expense to the city that we don't want to bear either financially or ethically.
And even to euthanize an animal, it's getting around to a couple $100 or give or take
It is
per
a
animal.
cost to the city, that's correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Much
To the
better
taxpayer.
Yes.
Let's just be blunt about it, to the taxpayer.
Taxpayer.
And also, one of the things that's very important is the volume of these organizations just can't be matched by Joe and Jane. There is no Houston or New York, or nobody has been able to develop a system where Joe and Jane, the average people on the street coming into the shelters and adopting, are able to overcome and match what the organizations are doing for us in our city, and in all cities across the country.
That's correct, in large measure because of what you talked about, that safety net aspect of what they do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
Yeah, Bill, I just wanted to exacerbate. I just wanted to expand on what Tony was talking about, the volume issue. You can't really look at this as an individual animal to an individual organization or to an individual person. The difference is that these organizations make the economics work by volume. So in order for them to be able to take the sick animal, they have to be able to take some animals that are healthy to get the dollar amount necessary to cover the cost of caring for the animals that aren't the animals that aren't. Press your button if you want to talk, Bill. Let me finish. Please don't interrupt. In order for them to get the value to take care of the sick animals, and we cannot afford to take care of those sick animals, which means we would euthanize them ultimately, and that's exactly what we're trying to avoid. So, no, we absolutely want these organizations. Now, we cannot measure every single person that comes in terms of their ability to care, as we have scrutinized the pet adoption centers, and that's why we can't give the discounts to folks who just walk in.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas?
Me?
I think, Mr. Rosendahl, you were finished, right? You pressed your button again. You're good. Okay. Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. Rosendahl said thank you. But I ran out of time, but one thing that I wanted to ask that the department could implement, it talks about the department should have the responsibility and the ability and authority to go ahead and audit one of these partners that we've been talking about. But what I'd like to see happen is that the department would have a system that's a little bit simpler and goes something like this. If you end up getting a concern or a complaint about a particular organization you've been working with, that the department have an ability to document the fact that they looked into it, and if those concerns are really not present once you look into it, that you don't go ahead and spend all the money and energy to do an audit if you actually have enough information to know that everything's okay. Because audits are expensive, they're very formal, and they're very lengthy or what have you, and it takes a lot of time away from these organizations and also the department, and if we would have to ask the Controller's Office to get involved, because an audit is an audit, and departments don't do audits, the Controller's Office does. So what I'd like to see happen is make sure that prior to an audit happening, that the department actually have some mechanism that is normalized where they can actually exercise looking into a complaint or a concern before they actually go to an audit.
Council member, we actually have a two-page sort of a not an investigation form, but a complaint concern form that already exists, and I'd be happy to share with your staff, that we use to document. If somebody from the outside can fill out the top part, and then staff writes what they've learned or what investigation, and then we keep those in the file.
Thank
That
you.
way we can clear organizations too.
Well, I think it's important not only to let us know who are interested in this issue and are following this issue, but also the great organizations who are involved on a day-to-day basis. Just remind them, because some of them are a little concerned, like, wait a minute, all of a sudden people are going to show up with audits? We're doing a fine job. Remind them that, look, it's not going to be an audit. Obviously, something has to be pretty egregious before you go to that point, but you do have a much simpler process to just clarify any misunderstandings or any concerns that might be brought to your attention.
Will do.
Okay, thank you.
The last speaker's on the queue. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. Thank you. Next item?
Next item is item 7, and that was called special for cards.
Mr. Arnold Sachs, followed by Dr. Clyde Williams.
No longer want to speak on this.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm concerned where, in the language of this, where the city is not the lead agency applying for the grant applications. Would that be agencies like the Harbor Department, LAWA, and DWP, all of which are proprietary departments and not under the city, control of the city? Think of LAWA, where they have renovations that started at $3 billion and now are up to $8 billion. Think of DWP, where they increased the rates and now they're transferring revenue that they collected from the public to the city's general fund. Think of the MTA, corruption personified. And think of the Harbor Department, think of the Little Shop of Horrors, only it's a money-eating plant. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Clyde Williams? Dr. Williams? No? Okay. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Madam President, there's
Just
really no action on this one. This is the standing placeholder that's on every Friday.
Thank you for reminding me. Our next item is item number 11. Dr. Clyde Williams, followed by Mr. Sachs, followed by Miriam Folkler.
Special events. My calculation is that your special events budget equals that of the neighborhood councils. That is around $30,000 to $50,000 each session times 3 sessions a week times 50 some odd weeks a year. This morning, we had a discussion in the Education Neighborhood Councils meeting regarding allocation of in-kind funds from various departments within the city. I would recommend that you take the special events budgets and put them in the neighborhood councils, because I think you would get much better value for the money. After listening to the city clerk this morning and the Board of Public Works Street Services, I would say that even in-kind allocations from city departments would not make the budgets of the neighborhood councils worthwhile. So please take the special events budgets and assign them to the relevant neighborhood councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zumadog, on item number 11?
Yes, thank you. I did miss this entire budget hearing, but I'm sure it said that you're in deep trouble. I'm sure they said much worse than expected. I'm sure they said massive firings. I know, I heard Dennis Knight on the...
Could you please, the item before us is a special event.
Yeah, you see, this is special event fees. I'll explain to council. This is special event fees. Money that comes out of the general fund. Money that could be used for hiring police, keeping firefighters, keeping the libraries, parks, all the services, emergency shelters. It all comes out of the general fund. So do these waivers. $32,000 for a festival. $6,000 for a festival. $11,000 for USC. They've got plenty of money, more than the city. So I'm here to say, although City Council fails to take any responsibility
in this most grim economic circumstances, I still do not see any sign that you are doing anything to address the budget situation besides jibber-jabber. So I'd like to say it's time to put an end to the special event fee waiver abuse. I've said it's corrupt. I believe it is tied to racketeering, and it sounds so cliche. I get up here, I use racketeering, money laundering all the time, and there's good reason to. Money laundering, corrupt racketeering is never overly used here in City Hall and is never redundant. And I'm here to say it ties to the special event fee waivers. And as my blog is top 5 in the country, and I have discussions face-to-face with Arnold Schwarzenegger about these situations, maybe we should start looking into the nonprofits that you continue to funnel money into of your cronies and friends of front-end loaded management contracts on a day-to-day basis when you sit here and have a federal emergency on your hands. Racketeering, and I'd like to remind you, the CRA commissioner head is Weatherly Capital's lead attorney. See you in criminal court.
Go out to the San Fernando Valley, Miss Miriam Fogler.
Hey, great, Zuma. I'm glad you brought that up because the CRA is behind all the problems of the city. Let me tell you, folks, I've been coming here 25 years, and I have never seen fee waivers so exorbitant until the last 2 years I've been coming here. I was coming for 25 years and I stopped coming for a few years, and I never saw this charade going on and this hypocrisy going on with these fee waivers. It's outrageous. USC asking for money? How can those people? They're rich. How can you afford something like that? My mom had a lifetime scholarship, and she couldn't afford it, give it to my daughter. But this is not the point. The point is that this is outrageous that you're using these fee waivers in here. You're cutting the neighborhood councils. Nobody take a 10% cut. Let Zenazine yak off, jibber-jabber like he did in September of 2008 and said that everybody has to come together here at the city. That includes the Water and Power, Labange. I don't see them here at the table negotiating. Why should it be the coalition of unions to be the only ones? They wanted to be part of the process here, and unfortunately it's politicized their jobs. They are up in arms with their mouths, with their legalities here. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to have chaos. We want to have civility, and you cannot allow this kind of charade to continue. You people are in bed with all this #1 corruption, your backroom deals here. They just heard Cardenese said that. I can't believe that you people continue to allow to continue to have these fees, continue to pay for these programs. It's an outrage, and it should be stopped. It should be a moratorium. The CRA has to go. The union coalition needs to pull out the union members, and we need to put in a good city attorney, Trudonich.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. That item is now before us. Open the roll. Did you not come up and speak, Mr. Sachs? Come on up. I called your name. I called your name for this one as well. You did not come.
Sorry. Special events, thank you. With the marathon right around the corner, is the city council going to have plans to subsidize the charities that will be collecting funds that they collect from the marathon? Because only 10,000 runners are going to be competing this year instead of the normal 20 due to the change that was a special event maneuver by City Council. It's mind-boggling to think that this is the leadership that's going to get us out of the budget crisis that we're heading into. Mind-boggling. As always, your time and attention.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. Thank you. Next item?
Next item, Madam President, there's cards on 17, and that's in the special meeting. Do you wish to recess and go into that meeting?
Please.
And that was called special for cards, and I believe also Councilmember Parks called that special.
Yes, Mr. Sachs, would you like to make a comment before we go to Mr. Parks?
Item 17, correct? The paragraph C, I believe, the Mid-City Exposition Construction Authority. Now, I know from my previous experience that the Expo Construction Authority meets on the first Thursday of every month, but I have yet to go to a Mid-City Exposition Construction Authority meeting. For clarification purposes, maybe the chair of the Expo line or the sitting rep from the city, Councilman Wesson, could tell me when the Mid-City Exposition Construction Authority will be meeting. Oh, wait, they're the same, but the language is different. How do you like that? Another situation where all of a sudden, same language, different language for the same entity. It's amazing. You know what else is the same? Crooks and politicians. That's the same. Only it's not a different entity. It's the same thing.
Thank you. Mr. Zumadog.
Yes, so this is for a permit for construction for the city exposition. I'd like to remind the city council that we have an extreme water crisis, and you can no longer sit here and be serious when you vote yes on projects that require water, because there will not be enough. And you've been especially exacerbating the problem through mass density. I know the mayor's plan is to Manhattanize the city of L.A. However, the geographic overlay does not work properly, and it will never work. And we do not have enough water. I'm here to say, people, we got grave circumstances, and you 15 people are the ones that have been voting yes on all these things that are going to be causing death from the elderly when we do not have enough water. You cannot in good conscience approve any more of these high-density projects, and I'm not even talking about the traffic and the lack of police. You're saying you're not going to hire police, but you continue to approve high-density projects that allow for more density. That means more people with less cops in a dense situation, and that is what causes crime and killing. So first you're going to be dehydrating people to death, then they're going to be dying on the streets of crime, and you continue to approve it. And I hope this is not a CRA project. I need clarification if this is, because William H. Jackson, the president chairman of the CRA, appointed by Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa and approved by you council, is also the
Madam
lead
President,
council.
He is not talking about this right of entry permit.
Focus on the Expo line, please.
Is that a CRA project at all? Is there any CRA money involved? My question is, because if there is, William H. Jackson is lead attorney for Weatherly Capital, and there's been arrests made in this case that ties to City Hall, and I believe we're going to have big problems.
He's way off topic.
I'm sorry. I'll wait the rest of my time. Thank you, and have good time in prison, people.
Mr. Parks.
What I was just going to ask you, we go forthwith after the vote, but I'd just like to clarify one thing. This has only been clarified maybe a dozen times at Expo Authority meetings. The name of the project is the Mid-City Exposition Light Rail Transit Project. The authority, Expo Authority, is building it. And we've only explained that to the speaker about a dozen times. So I'd ask after the vote that we go forthwith.
Thank you. Mr. Sachs. A warning on your language and behavior. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Thank you. I believe we forthwith.
And that concludes the special meeting. Do you wish to adjourn and go into the regular?
Please.
There are two specials. The first one is...
We take them both together?
If you wish, findings need to be made on both of them, so I believe it would probably be better to take them separately.
Okay. Special one, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you,
Excuse me,
Madam
Mr.
President.
City Attorney.
Since the posting of today's agenda, city staff has learned that the deadline is today to submit applications through the State Water Resource Control Board for implementation of two different projects. The first, which will be voted on separately, the Santa Monica Low Flow Diversion Upgrade Project. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Thank you. Any comments on the findings? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the findings, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. If no one wishes to comment on this item, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. Thank you. Next item.
And the findings are the same as the previous one. This one is for Mar Vista Recreation Center retrofit program.
Okay. Open the roll on the findings, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. Thank you. Next item.
And that's the item is now before council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please open the roll on the item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. Thank you. That item has been approved. Next item.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those will be posted and referred.
And Madam President, there are excuses on the desk. If you'd like, I can go through them. They all meet council policy, and you can just approve them all at the end, if
Thank you,
wish.
Madam Clerk. I will do that, and we'd like to actually ask forthwith on those two special items that we had.
First one is Council President Garcetti requests to be excused May 26th.
We'll accept all of them. Okay. All of those that are within council policy.
Okay, they all are, and they will be included on the council journal.
Thank you.
And that clears the desk.
Do we have any announcements? Any adjourning motions? If not, Madam Clerk, oh, yes, I'm sorry, you do. Okay. Mr. Wesson has an adjourning motion. We could ask everyone to please rise.
Bill, Tony, adjourning. Anyway, thank you, Madam President and members. Today, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Mrs. Iris Cassandrine Silvera Black, who was a resident of the district that I represent for over 30 years. Her daughter, I never had the opportunity to meet the mother, but I met her daughter, her only daughter, Leonie M. Black, who informed me that her mother was born in Jamaica. She was over 100 years old. She is again survived by her daughter, Leonie Black. She has two grandchildren, Miss Ezra Lewis and Mr. Kadar Lewis, and two great-grandchildren, Miss Harlem Leonie and Louis Wayans. Again, she arrived in Los Angeles over 30 years ago. She was a homemaker for her family, and she did a lot of work at her church, which is located on Adams and La Brea, and she also operated a very successful family child care center. I have to say to Leonie Black that for the past 10 years, she exclusively took care of her mother, and even though Mrs. Black lived a long life, her daughter, Leonie, definitely grieves for her. So with that, I'd like to adjourn in her memory, and to thank you all so very much.
Thank you, and I do believe that Mr. Zine had an adjourning motion as well.
Thank you, Madam President. Tom Henry works for the planning department, used to be my planning director. His sister passed away. Mary Elizabeth Henry, born January 26, 1964 in San Francisco, sister of Tom Henry. Attended San Francisco State University, lived in San Francisco most of her life, accomplished piano player, worked for a period of time in radio, battled for 3 years with ovarian cancer, passed away at the age of 45. Be missed by her family and friends, survived by mother Rose Ann Henry and a brother Tom Henry. May she rest in peace. Mary Elizabeth Henry.
I'd like to second that part, Tom. All members.
Thank you.
All members. Any other adjourning motions? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Everyone get some rest, and we'll see you on Monday morning, bright and early. Meeting is adjourned.